Since 2015, Jared Stillman has rocked Nashville sports.
That team freaking stinks.
And now he's back. The takes are hotter than ever.
I mean, let's be honest, he just can't coach.
Welcome to Stillman and Company.
Stillman and Company on the 440 Sports Network Draft Night Live, presented by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical on the 440 Sports Network. Sorry about that. You guys are going to have to get used to my voice. It is a total mess today here on the program. And if you're watching the stream, this is my home office. This is what I look at every day. So you look at me, and this is what I look at. So this is, I decided round 2 of the draft, Hutton's going to be here in a little bit, and he's going to be with us for most of the show. I decided I wanted to have a more relaxing, chilled out, hang out kind of night. So that's what round 2 tonight is going to be. San Francisco on the clock with the 33rd pick. The Titans do not pick until 69. So they'll probably pick right there in the middle. So we'll get through all news and gossip and drama and everything else of the day. So I know my voice is a mess. Tomorrow I've got one interview I'm doing on Boston radio tomorrow in the morning, and then that is it. And I will rest the vocal cords. But it's round 2 of the draft, and I'm not going to miss the NFL draft. I was thinking about this when it came to the COVID draft and how I just sat there and I wanted to be on the air. We couldn't go on the air during COVID and everything else. And I just, for this, now that we can be on whenever we want to be on, now that I can be on whenever I want to be on, I figured this was the right time. First, I'm going to tell you about Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Here on the program, they are the proud presenting sponsor of Stillman Company. They take great care of my home. So I've always talked about how when there's an issue that we have in my home, Hiller comes in and takes care of it. This room that I am in right now, and if you're watching the stream, this is my office. It is an office/gym. So in front of me, there's acoustic paneling, there's a TV on the wall, there's, kind of the whole desk set up, microphones, everything. There's this where you can watch the TV on the wall. And over here on the side, there's an elliptical and a gym machine, and then a bike, but I put the bike out the back patio. And the reason I say that, everybody says choppy audio. Let me check. So audio, make sure. Bad audio. I don't like that. I'm trying out a new system so that I can do it over here and not have to go all the way over there. Hold on. You can all see my Jewish man bald spot. Is that better? 1 2 1 2. Oh, hold on. How's that? 1 2. How's that? 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. How's that? Is that better? Give me a thumbs up. Somebody. 1 2 3, whatever it may be. As again, we wait for San Francisco, who is here on the clock. Okay. So, Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. They take great care of my home. They can do the exact same for you. This room was a storage closet. It didn't even have a ceiling. And I needed to put in electricity, and I needed to put it in an HVAC. I use Hiller. They are the best. They'll take great care of your home, and they can do the exact same for you. That's Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Proud supporters of the Preds of Vols Vandy. That is Hiller. Be sure to call the Happy Face Truck today. Okay. I want to start today. God damn. It said the audio went choppy. Why is that? I have a pretty good idea why it went choppy, but I'm trying to be able to do this from this angle and not have to do it from the other, because I like this angle better. Caleb says I sound terrible. Yeah. Caleb says I sound terrible. When you say I sound terrible, do you mean the audio sounds terrible, or do you mean my voice sounds terrible? Because my voice does sound terrible today, or whatever that's worth. Anywho, San Francisco is on the clock, and I don't even know, when it comes to the Titans, what they want to do. It says audio is choppy. Let me take a listen to hear what this has to say. Again, this isn't the usual setup because I wanted to turn it around. It's going in and out like bad service. It's that fucking. But let me hold on. Let me get a listen to it, and then screw with some chords if I have to. I feel bad, and I feel like PK when PK was trying to do his Diana Rossini show, and I don't know. It sounds okay to me, I guess. I was just listening to it. San Francisco's on the clock to pick us in. Okay. I do want to start with something else. And we'll wait for San Francisco to announce their pick and everything else. So today, I did see the TMZ report, and it is the TMZ report about Vrabel Gate. So, I mean, I probably had 20 people send this into me, and 20 people were like, "Did you see the TMZ report?" And I'm like, "Yes." So TMZ has reported, as far as Vrabelgate is concerned, TMZ has reported that it apparently wasn't a PI that took the picture. According to TMZ, and again, when San Francisco picks, I'll tell you who it is, and we'll keep our eye on that. Every 5 seconds, it glitches. What the fuck? Oh, God, this pisses me off. Every 5 seconds. Yeah, it's pissing me off. All right. Here's what we're going to do. So, I'm going to wait, and I'm going to wait. Andy Lee, the old punter, is up there making the selection. We're going to go over the selection, and then we're going to put up the little graphic, and we're going to try to get it fixed back to normal as far as the audio is concerned. So give me a second here. So I do have a backup plan here. So the 49ers are on the clock. 49ers say the pick is in. Says, am I using a wireless transmitter? No, I am not. I'm using a standard aux. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch that cord out. Sean Stribling, a wide receiver out of Ole Miss. Never heard. I'm sure he's great, though. Okay. Take a time out here. I'm going to try to reconfigure the audio. We'll do that. And I'll probably be back within like 2 or 3 minutes or whatever else. Let's see. Sounds like Bluetooth. Okay. Give me a second. Boom. Okay, I think I might have got it figured out. Give me a thumbs up if you think I got it figured out. By the way, Arizona's on the clock. Everybody's talking about how they may take Carson back. Tell me if you think this got figured out or not in the chat here. People said, okay, that person says perfect. I hope that all worked out. Anywho, let's see. One person says perfect. Okay, that's good enough for me. So I want to talk about the Vrabel thing. Arizona's on the clock. I'll talk about who they end up taking. I have to tell you, this entire outside of a guard that the Titans may take, and they need a guard. Outside of a guard, because I think they're going to go with Schlottman at center. I really don't feel like the Titans need anything other than just better players. They have tight ends like a Gunnar Helm or whomever, but I think they need better tight ends. But let's see who Arizona picks here. And a lot of people were talking about they may take what's his name? The Chase Basantis. Now we talked about him a lot with the Titans. That guard, he goes to Arizona. Okay, I do want to talk about the Vrabel thing because TMZ reported, bro, check in tomorrow. Your audio more worn out than you with the fam. That's total crap on it. All right. I've got Plan B. This is what happened to Logan Jones at center. I don't even know who Logan Jones is. See, what bothers me is this is beneath my standards. All right, I'm gonna try. I got a feeling that's gonna get it figured out right there. I could be wrong. I've been wrong about a lot of things in my life, but I got a feeling this is gonna be what gets it figured out. You guys give me the thumbs up, thumbs down here. Said that back of the sofa, it starts coming out. You guys tell me what you think. All right, Caleb says it sounds good. Sorry, everybody beneath me. The Bills are on the clock at 35. I don't know who they're going to take. It says that the pick is in. I just had to keep switching out chords. Uh, Studio techs are expensive, but somewhat necessary for reliable sound. Let me say this, Michael. I know, but keep your mouth in mic. What? But oh my god, we Gucci like that take pick, baby. Go to the desk. Can't take this. It's still fucked up. Is it still? Somebody just say it's still fucked up in the thing. It's going choppy. God damn it. Okay. Hold on. We'll wait for the Bills pick. See if they pick anybody interesting. TJ Parker, Clemson. I feel like all these players suck anyways. No sound, totally silent. All right. One more try on this. And then if it still stinks, then I'll flip it around and I'll go back to the studio like normal. All right, tell me if this is better. I had to go to my car to go get a different kind of cord and then switch up the audio. So give me a thumbs up if you think this is better as far as the program. One person said, go chill with Lindsay and come back whenever something happens. No. See, here's the thing people don't understand when it comes to me, as Houston apparently has their pick in, and I think Houston made a terrible pick yesterday. Okay, good. Glad we got the thumbs up. Okay, so Houston's got their pick in. They made a terrible pick yesterday by overdrafting the guard. That's on them. Now, I want to talk about the TMZ story, and I want to talk about Vrabelgate. Oh, wow. Houston trades up to 36. Okay, whatever. So I want to talk about the TMZ story. I want to talk about Vrabelgate. So when it comes to TMZ and it comes to Vrabelgate, TMZ is reporting that it was not a PI who went out and TMZ is reporting that it was not a PI who took the photos of Vrabel and Diana, but that it was a big sports fan who was also staying at the Ambiente who took the pictures. And as soon as that came out, about 20 people messaged me, and they were like, "What? This says it's not a PI." Again, all I said was that a source close to Diana said that it was a PI and that it was Diana's husband. And I didn't even say Diana said that. I didn't say I was hearing that from Diana. I stand by what I reported because I know the source I talked to, and they told me that was that. The second thing is I still have a hard time totally buying the story because when it comes to the PI and it comes to the lack of PI, so you mean to tell me that there was a big sports fan who was staying at this incredibly bougie resort in Arizona, who recognized Mike Vrabel, who took the pictures of Vrabel and Diana, which is believable when it comes to the hot tub and it comes to the pool, but then also took the pictures of them canoodling atop the hotel when there's only 40 rooms and it's almost impossible to get that kind of picture with an iPhone. And then this incredibly rich couple that went to the Ambiente then shops the pictures around for 4 figures. Like, I know a lot of rich people in my life, and I know that there are a lot of rich people who aren't famous. So when they meet somebody famous, even though they're rich, they're like, oh my God, I finally met somebody famous. And that's great. But if I saw a famous person on vacation, I wouldn't shop them to TMZ. Houston took Caden McDonald, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Now, he's a big, fat, run-stuffing DT, kind of like T'Vondre Sweat, and the Titans took T'Vondre Sweat at 38, and Houston just traded up to take Caden McDonald at 36. And so you may say, Jared, you're a hypocrite for saying that you didn't think that T'Vondre Sweat was worth the value at 38, but you think Caden McDonald might be worth the value at 36. The difference is, and I don't know a ton about Caden McDonald, but Caden McDonald doesn't have the reputation of being lazy. Now, he's definitely fat because he's a nose tackle, but he doesn't have the reputation of being a total lazy bum, which is what T'Vondre Sweat had. The reason I bring this up is because the Houston Texans have Will Anderson and they have Danielle Hunter. So when you're incredible off the edge, hey, it's Deion Branch. When you are incredible off the edge and then you get that big fat nose tackle, it becomes trouble. And the Houston Texans, I don't know what the deal with their offensive line is and what the deal with their offense is. They first blamed the offensive coordinator. They fired Bobby Slowick. They brought in a new offensive coordinator. That didn't fix it. CJ Stroud was freaking terrible. Absolutely terrible last season in the playoffs. And their offense, I think, still sucks. That said, Houston's defense is pretty good. Like, Houston's defense, and especially the defensive line, I mean, them some bad boys on the defensive line for Houston. So I hate this pick for the Texans because now I'm thinking this guy, he's an All-American. He went to Ohio State. He's a really good nose tackle, and he's going to be playing next to Will Anderson. He's going to be playing next to Danielle Hunter, and it's like, okay, now anytime you try to run the ball, you're going to run into him. And anytime you try to snap the ball, you're going to get sacked by them. So that I don't necessarily like. A big, fat, run-stuffing DT. That is what the Texans need. Again, the Texans have got to figure out their offense. Their defense last year was every bit as good as that Ravens team that we saw that came in here and beat the Titans in 2000 that's remembered as a legendary. That team was every bit as good. The Giants are up. Their pick is in. This pick should belong to the Titans. I want everybody to know that. And do you know why it should belong to the Titans? I'm sure you guys know. So back to the TMZ report that said it wasn't a PI, it was a big sports fan. So it cost $2,500 a night to stay at the Ambiente. It costs $3,000 a night to stay at the kind of room that Vrabel and Rossini were in. So in order to get that picture of them, whoever it was that might have been a big sports fan would have had to pay $3,000 to be able to get that and sit there and take those pictures. And then they're going to go and try to sell those pictures for $5,000. And I am totally aware of the fact that I may be just trying to fit a narrative. That I thought it was a PI from the start. Then somebody close to Diana told me that it was a PI. So then I'm like, yes, it has to be a PI. But when I heard that they shopped the photos to TMZ and they asked for 4 figures, and again, that could be anything from $1,000 to $9,999. So it could be $5,000, $2,000, $3,000, it could be whatever. So when I'm thinking about that, people are like, well, it couldn't be a PI because somebody that knew that it was Vrabel and Rossini would want to sell them for both. And they would, the way I looked at it is I just figured if I am a private investigator, I'm working for somebody. So if I'm a private investigator, chances are I am probably working for Diana's or husband's lawyer or Vrabel's wife's lawyer or something like that. I take the pictures. It is not the PI's job to distribute the pictures. It is the PI's job to take out the camera and go. And once you get those photos, you hand them to whoever hired you. If it's Diana's husband, you hand them to him. If it was Diana's husband's lawyer, you hand him to him. The last thing that's going to happen, though, is that whoever shops those photos is going to get connected back with the person that actually acquired them. So I guess what I'm saying, and this is a long-winded way, I don't think if I wanted these photos out there, I'd go to TMZ and I'd ask for bottom dollar. Bottom dollar. Oh, the Giants took Colton Hood from Tennessee. Boy, nobody wants Jermod McCoy, eh? Holy crap. Man, this draft stinks. Vegas here at 38. I think Vegas needs a receiver. Has anybody taken Denzel Boston yet? I need to pull up the ESPN best available. So I go back to the Vrabel thing. I still think it was a PI, even though TMZ is saying it's not a PI. And I'm not going to knock on TMZ because TMZ is very good at what they do. But the fact that TMZ turned down the photos and they ended up in the New York Post tell me that whoever was shopping those photos knew exactly who to go to. And again, I don't know how much TMZ pays for photos. What is the most explosive photo that I could get that I could give to TMZ? And I'm thinking that's Taylor Swift with another man or Travis Kelce with another woman. I don't know the price of that. If I had a photo of Taylor Swift kissing another man, and I went to TMZ, and I said, TMZ, I've got Taylor Swift kissing another man. How much is that picture worth? $500,000? $5 million? I don't know. But let's just say that it's worth $5 million. Michael in the chat says $10 million. Okay, let's say it's worth $10 million. And I don't know this, but I want to make sure it gets out. What would I do? If I asked for $10 million, TMZ has to talk about it because it's their entire, company that is $10 million. Damn, they are flying these picks through. Raiders up. I say go receiver here for the Raiders. But back to my original point. If you ask for $5,000, somebody could just say yes. Oh yeah, $5,000. What's that to TMZ? And that's why I think they asked for that, for the 4 figures, because they wanted them out there. They didn't care about the money. They're paying as much money for a night at that hotel room. That's why. I think they went to TMZ shopping the photos and said, hey, it's Mike Vrabel with some mystery woman. So that way it couldn't get picked back to Rossini and Rossini's people. One person says, trade in Stukes. You know what? I heard Louis Riddick on the pre-draft show pumping this guy up. Louis Riddick was talking about whoever gets this player, they're going to be jumping up and down. They're going to be so happy they got this guy. That being said, I don't really trust Louis Riddick's opinion. Louis Riddick is one of those analysts that I just don't think Louis Riddick's very good. And I don't mean good by interesting. I mean good by I don't think his opinions are very good. Just like I don't necessarily, and I know people are going to get, I don't think Orlovsky's opinions are very good. I think the thing with Orlovsky is he's kind of like a Skip Bayless who played the game. By the way, who is Orlovsky going to root for now that Matthew Stafford and Ty Simpson are on the same team? Cleveland is on the clock here at 39. Let's see who's the best available. But to answer the big TMZ Vrabel story, I believe that it was still a PI. I'm not sure. And TMZ has been late to the party on this entire story. Remember when they were like, oh, yeah, I don't know if we should publish these photos. We don't want to be the bedroom police. Bullshit. Okay, let's take a look at who is the best available at this point. According to ESPN, Jermont McCoy, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, Avion Terrell, Denzel Boston, Zion Young, Cassius Howell, whom Braden absolutely hates, Anthony Hill Jr., Eli Stowers. Let me say this for the Titans. Not that Eli Stowers will be available at 69, but I would like to see the Titans improve at tight end. And I would like Eli Stowers because I think Eli Stowers is pretty good. Come on in, Hutton. So I could go with that. What, do you like it?
Yeah, great.
So I actually completely redid this room. It was a storage closet. Good to see you, Hutton. There's your camera right there. You see right there?
Yeah.
And then we have the draft. Oh, hold on. Let me unmute your mic here. So I want to go over like a barstool feel.
Okay, this is legit, man. I've always wondered what it was like. You say it's a small room. This is not a small room. This is a good studio size space.
Well, it's not
well done. Hey, well done. Props.
Thank you. Well, not only that. So, like, there's normally a bike right here, but I put that up on the back porch.
Okay.
Just because, like, at this time of night for me, or this time of year, I can't just come into this like really dark room. I like to bike outside and watch TV on the patio. And so I'd rather do that than just bike down here. But I've got the gym set up over here and I got the studio set up over there. So that's where the backdrop goes with the Stillman and Company and the lights and everything else.
You need like 2 more TVs.
Well, that's a TV.
I know, but you're looking at so Jared's got his chat set up here to my left and in front of massive TV. And if you had one more, you could put, I don't know, do we have YouTube? What do you use? I'm bragging on you here.
Yeah, this is YouTube TV right here.
You could have, you could have 8 games going at the same time in here. This is great.
So that little TV right there at the bottom of the floor, that is actually the monitor for the computer that I usually use for that. Cool. That is usually, you see it's on the wheels. So if that television could be, it usually is when I'm working out, that's the TV that I'll watch. Or I'll turn it around if I'm on the air.
Yeah, and that's your
I'll turn it around and I'll watch it.
All right, so have any more photos been leaked on Vrabel and Rossini tonight?
No, so this is actually what I was talking about. So TMZ reports that it was not a PI.
I know, I don't believe that.
That's what I was just saying. I don't believe it either.
I don't believe that. Jared, you don't believe this. Robert Kraft is killing the story.
I told you why. I was very hesitant when I was on your show today to bring up Rupert Murdoch. By the way, we got pizza and wings over there. I was very hesitant to bring up Rupert Murdoch on your show today since Rupert Murdoch is technically your boss.
Mm-hmm.
I just believe if Kraft wanted to kill the story, Kraft would go to Rupert. Kraft would call Rupert directly and would basically say, kill the story or you're getting nothing but Cleveland Brown games.
But so my thing would be the Post is in competition with the Times, who is the Athletic.
That's not more important to Rupert than Fox getting good NFL games.
No, but we're talking billionaire versus billionaire.
Right, but Bank of America came out like 2 months ago, and they said they downgraded Fox's stock.
Let me also add, he's doing a terrible job at killing the story.
Kraft?
But he's trying to.
So
that's why ESPN didn't promote it to the level you expected them to.
Because Kraft's calling and saying, like, I don't want you to talk about Vrabel.
He's saying, we're giving you the first cable Super Bowl.
Oh, shit. Denzel Boston to the Browns.
So what happened? I've been on the phone the last hour. So tell me, can we update what's happened so far?
Okay, yeah. So far, Colton Hood, by the way, went off the board of the Giants here recently. Let me pull up the rounds. Okay, so the Niners took a receiver, Deshaun Stripling, who no one had ever heard of. Chase Basantis, the guard from A&M, went to Arizona. TJ Parker, the edge from Clemson, went to Buffalo. Caden McDonald went to Houston. And I actually think that's great for Houston because he's going to be that big old fatty in the middle with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter next to him.
Yeah.
Colton Hood, Traden Stukes, who Lewis Riddick would not shut up about earlier today. The DB goes to the Raiders, and then Denzel Boston just went there, and now the Chiefs are on the clock.
So the Chiefs, wide receiver here for Kansas City? They're trade down? I mean, they always make the right call.
So, I mean, I definitely think Cleveland went receiver so they could get out ahead here
comes
of Kansas City.
Right. This is the area. Coach Mack would say a few months ago that pick 35 through 75 is virtually the same grade in this draft. Now, you would rather have a higher pick, but this is the area where wide receiver and edge in this grade area. We'll see the runs on this and inside linebacker apparently.
So you know who I would think about taking if I'm Kansas City? Eli Stowers. I like Eli Stowers a lot. I feel like he bailed Pavia out.
I think he's a wide receiver.
It doesn't matter with Mahomes.
But
like Juju Smith-Schuster's a tight end, and he's technically a receiver.
This dude kind of looks like Andy Reid. I don't know why. That's like Andy Reid's brother.
Well, I think it's a former player, but
I know. But
it looks like
he walked out and had the mustache.
It looks like his shoulders all.
It does.
Fucked up.
Yeah, different generations here. These are when they hit in practice. What's going on in the chat tonight, man?
The chat actually helped me out with the audio earlier today.
Space City say the Browns giving Sanders weapons. I love that.
R. Mason Thomas, who Braden loved last night. Let me tell you, Braden, there's a lot of things in life that I don't trust Braden's advice on.
Really?
Yeah.
Like what, music or East Nashville or what?
No, I trust his advice on East Nashville. Yep. He knows East Nashville.
And I like some of his music recommendations over the years.
I mean, you've known Braden longer than I have.
Yeah.
And Braden will give you his opinion on anything. You know, he'll give you advice on whatever. And Braden, like, there's some things I just don't listen to with Braden because I just
give an example.
I'm trying to think. I can't think of one off the top of my head.
It sounds like everything but R. Mason Thomas.
Well, when it comes to these college players, Braden knows 8 billion times better than I do.
So I got home last night and watched a bit of your show. Yeah, I thought you and Childers crushed it. And I saw a little bit of Braden, but it was towards the end of the broadcast when I saw him on, right? It looked like a great venue, by the way.
It was, I think I was telling Chad this earlier today when I was doing your show.
Yeah.
No shit. Like, not bullshitting here. I didn't know what to expect, you know, because Braden was hyping up this event, and he's like, there are tickets, and he's like, the tickets are sold out. And I'm like, okay, like, let's see what this, like, Braden Gall draft party's like, you know. And when I went to it, I saw the room, and I was like, man, this is like a really, really sweet place to have this kind of event. And then I was doing the show and everybody was filling in, and I looked at, you know, kind of where the food was and the beers and everything. And everybody had a good time last night. And I mean, it was real loyal fans that were there. And I really, and everybody at ML Rose was so freaking nice.
Could they hear the show? And I mean this, like, last night for us, it was difficult if you at a bar,
right? It's
difficult to have a show and then also interact as a draft because people are watching the screens. They're talking shit, you know. And but I had a great time with the former Titans players. But I'm saying, like, you could interact with those who bought a ticket for the show, right?
We didn't have that done perfectly. That was probably the one thing where we probably should have us instead of the ESPN broadcast. But they were all, I mean, like, they could hear us.
Yeah.
And so I thought everybody had a great time.
Bengals.
Cassius Howell, the player Braden hates.
Here comes edge, wide receiver. What corners? Corners in this area.
Nobody's taken Jermod McCoy yet.
Well, he's messed that up through not going through the proper medicals, right? Like, he's been hiding this.
Didn't he do the combine?
Well, he did, but he didn't. Well, I think he hasn't done, like, there are like dashes next to some of the charts on him. It's a weird deal. He would be drafted by now had he done all that.
Had he done all of that, he probably would have been drafted 12th.
Yeah. And also, like, didn't he just, and correct me if I'm wrong, didn't he just say peace out when he could have played?
Oh, did he?
Yeah, that's a red flag, right?
Yeah.
Now, again, I'm saying, like, Chad and I have discussed that off air. I think that's correct. Chad can let us know. There's some discussion that he could have returned for a game or two. Go make your millions, but, you know, whenever it's time to play, it's time to play.
You know what my favorite thing about this couch is right here? So first of all, the couch, you can press little buttons and it'll relax you back. But I bought this when I lived in an apartment in like 2016.
Oh, I see this now.
And
is this a massager?
No. We do have a massager, but that's in another part of the house. But every single woman I dated, for like a 10-year period,
you had on this couch?
No. They were all basically like that couch will never be in my house. That will never be.
I have a couch like that. It's very similar, but it's not as swanky. Like, you've got you got the inset electrical stuff. I don't have all that, but my couch is too big for my room.
Christian Miller, Georgia goes to the Saints.
Okay. Are there one or two organizations? Everybody wants to be drafted high. The Saints are an organization for me I wouldn't want to go play for. I don't know why. I find them kind of like Iowa or Illinois, just kind of boring. Like, Arizona's number one on the list. I would not want to be drafted by the Arizona Cardinals.
Because it's like your football career goes to die.
You're in purgatory for your first contract. They're just never ownership-wise.
Great weather, beautiful women, no state income tax.
Yeah, and
team sucks. I agree.
And I would be losing games. Like, you're a high pick who doesn't have stability because you're going to have a new coach before your first contract's up. Like, I don't know. The Saints are just kind of, I would go play for them if I was drafted, but I wouldn't want to. I'd be hoping that they didn't call me. Is there an organization like that for you in the league?
The Jets.
Jacksonville?
The Jets. I wouldn't want to go to the Jets. Now, I say that, and it's like, again, and I am, probably I'm done for as far as, future Diana Rossini's in my life. But if I was like 22 years old coming out of college,
yeah,
and if you go to New York and you're a star, you're dating.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, that's the one thing. Jack Hughes, for instance, is dating Tate McRae because he plays in Jersey. But if he played for the Ottawa Senators, he's not dating Tate McRae.
It's a great point. How do you think Fernando Mendoza will handle Vegas?
So I heard this from somebody.
I think it's going to be like water and oil. I think it's going to be he's going to cry too much for Las Vegas.
So I heard this from somebody that I would say knows Mendoza pretty well.
Yeah.
Or at least knows the lay of the land when it comes to Mendoza. And they told me that Fernando Mendoza's family is a disaster.
In what way?
Just that they are so needy. They are so that Fernando's good, but that the family might be a little too much. That's just what I heard.
Like in a Deion Sanders way, or you know what I'm saying? Like in a distraction way, or like just assholes. Like it.
I'm thinking like in an Odell Beckham's dad kind of way.
Wow. Okay.
Was the sense that I got.
All right.
Or just that they were very needy
never heard
and
that.
very high maintenance and very.
But a guy that polite and like put together can't come from his parents can't be awful,
right?
And be that like buttoned up, right?
Yes,
he was the opposite of Cignetti. Cignetti's just hardcore. Then you've got him who's emotional, which is fine. But like I don't know, the whole Max Crosby trade not going through. Crosby's running the locker room.
Yeah, well,
he's back and he's the alpha. And then you've got they wanted this to just be Mendoza's takeover. That's why I think they wanted to trade Crosby.
No,
they wanted
to trade Crosby because Crosby said he wouldn't play for him anymore.
Well, but then I guess Crosby also cried to go back because he loves the Raiders so much.
George says when the Titans hosted the Saints in December, they were like 5-10 and stunk, and yet I bet they had 8,000 fans there. I'm used to away fans taking over, but there's way too many Saints fans.
I also don't understand, and again, I haven't. Maybe you can teach me the Who Dey thing with two organizations.
The Who Dey and the Who Dat?
Yeah. Like what is that?
Like somebody's
with the Bengals and the Saints.
Yeah, somebody decided somebody had to have started it first, and whoever started it first deserves to have it.
I agree.
Right?
I agree. Although, don't the Kentucky Wildcats claim the checkerboard end zone? Have you heard this? They say they claim they're the first one to do it.
I didn't even know they played football in Kentucky.
Well, they're a football school.
Of course. Well, one of my best friends is the coach there.
Yeah.
So
that's right. Yeah.
I
like him, by the way.
He is.
Seems like a good dude.
It broke my heart when he took the Kentucky. When he got offered the Kentucky job and took it, broke my heart because I know he's a really good coach and a really good guy. Now I'm gonna have to root for him.
But did he not get an offer to go to Louisville at any point?
So I'm gonna be very careful here with how I say this.
Go ahead.
Even though I do feel like we're just kicking it.
Yeah.
I feel like if Jeff Brom had been offered and taken one of those jobs that was out there, so like had he been offered LSU and taken the LSU job, had he done that, then I think that he would have been the next Louisville coach. But Brom didn't take any other job. So
I see.
And Brom is the perfect coach to never get fired, but also probably never win you a championship. I mean, I hope he does win us a championship, but I just don't see it.
I hate talking crap about those guys, though, because they're loyal. You can count on them to be there.
Well, to an extent.
I mean, it's always race season, but I don't know. I respect the coaches that want to stay. It's like Ty Simpson being knocked for not beating out Jalen Milroe. The dude didn't transfer, though. Everyone
Okay.
else is transferred. Here, all right. Here comes Miami.
So Miami's picking at 43.
Who is J-Rob saying to take in in the room right now
Schefter just said that the Lions have traded to 44.
with the Jet? Okay,
Dwight Stevenson.
they're going 80s.
Jacob Rodriguez. Let me say this. Rand Carthon was on TD show.
Yeah.
And I wanted to hear what Rand Carthon said on TD show. Kind of because I was wondering if TD was going to ask him about Vrabel.
Oh, okay. Did he?
So, no. So I listened to it, and, man, Rand Carthon was just banging the drum for Jacob Rodriguez. I mean, I listened to Rand Carthon on TD show, and he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. Then I watch him GM the Titans, and I know he has no idea what he's talking about.
Well, I think the deal is he knows how to scout. He doesn't know how to GM. There's a lot of things that go into that. And then that was the time period where Vrabel's trying to take over half the full slate. I'm not saying that, it was nothing was on Rand. I'm just saying, like, he didn't know the gig. It was the first time situation. Brian Callahan, same way. They went in an opposite way of experience. And I don't think that they this front office has a lot of former general managers in those meetings. I didn't see that type of experience. I think that's especially when you have the alpha like Vrabel, he's going to carry the biggest voice. That I think that affected a lot of the whole dichotomy of the front office, which is why they went with the nice guy on their next hire.
MB says, why are Titans fans stupid enough to think teams will give up a second-round pick for Levis based off of what?
Yeah, who's saying that?
I don't know. I mean, I think what you're going to expect for Levis is you've got 3 picks in the 5th round. I think you could probably trade a 5th rounder and a 6th rounder and Levis and move into the 4th.
Man, the last time we've seen Will Levis, he was awful. And he hasn't played in a year. He
quit on the team.
Dude, but but how? How did he quit on the team? By just going to California? He wasn't going to play either way. They didn't want to play him. They drafted Cam Ward #1.
They told me, make whatever you will of this. Is this Megatron?
Yes.
They told me that if Levis had beat out Cam Ward in camp, they would have given Levis the job.
But that was never going to happen.
No.
That was never going to happen. Man, what a baller Calvin Johnson was. 7 years in the league, is that it?
No, I think he played a little bit longer than that. 2006 to maybe 10.
It wasn't long, man.
Didn't he quit because he wanted to smoke pot?
I thought he quit just because they
suck so bad and he was tired of it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean this as a knock. Jarrell Casey is not a Hall of Fame player, but he didn't love football. He was just good at football. He would tell you that.
Jarrell Casey?
Yeah. And, there are things that people do very well for a profession that they don't love, like a hobby. I know Calvin Johnson made his millions, and instead of going winless, they had Matthew Stafford and Calvin Johnson and couldn't win.
Jim Schwartz is the coach.
Man, but think about that, man.
Well, it's because they were drafting guys like C.J. Spiller.
But you have a quarterback and the number 1 dude in the league and couldn't win.
I kind of like their war room, though. Look at that old cooter there in the bottom with their walker.
She's in one of the
Fords.
One of the Fords, I'm sure. The old cooter. That's funny.
Well, I'll be one of those soon enough. I mean,
the old cooter with the walker.
I've already got the bald man hair going, like the little Jewish man bald spot.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
I've never noticed it.
Oh,
Are you self-conscious about it?
I
mean, I was going gray and just decided to let it go gray.
The first time I noticed that I was thinning up top, it hurt.
Koharski let you know about it?
No. I was at an Atlanta Braves game at the bar, like in the Battery, and they have like a crowd cam inside the bar.
Oh,
and I saw from the overhead shot, I saw like my little yarmulke, and I was like, "Oh my God, is my hair thinning?" And then my friends were like, "No." And then a year later, I was like, "You guys said my hair wasn't thinning." They're like, "Yeah, well now it is."
At what point will you shave it if it gets to a certain? Have you thought about this?
I don't think it'll ever get like that.
Okay.
For me.
I
think I may if it got to be so noticeable.
Yeah, at what point do you not have the...
I think I would go to Turkey.
I think every man has to figure this out for himself, and then they don't make the right call. There's a lot of comb-overs that need to go.
No, I think I would go to Turkey. I don't like bald heads.
Okay, that's fair.
And then not only that, like if you have a bald head, don't you have to shave your head at least 3 times a week?
Right, but I would rather do that than just have the comb over, like the little flap. Like there's way too many people walking around with just the wind blows and it's like Bob Odenkirk in Breaking Bad.
Yeah, that's like what my dad has.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Are you going to go that direction? Because you're headed in that direction is what you're admitting.
No.
How do you handle it?
No. I'll go to Turkey and I'll get the hair replacement.
How old are you?
Done. 36.
I'm 41. And I felt 41 when I was 31. Does that make sense?
No.
I feel more like in my 30s now than I seriously. And maybe it's just actually trying to have some hobbies and stuff instead of just work. But maybe it's more not having a non-compete. I don't know.
One person says 60% of the audience is relating so hard to this right now.
Yeah, I mean, everyone thinks about this, right? Like,
how much does it cost to go to Turkey to get the hair replacement?
I don't know. Yeah, but let's look it up.
Well, Lindsay's brother-in-law.
Actually, I don't want that in my algorithm. You know algorithms better than I do.
Oh my God! Every Instagram ad you'll get after that is going to be get the hair replacement. Here, I'm just going to text.
My parents were at some restaurant in Florida, and they said there is over $1 million on the ceiling in this restaurant.
$1 million?
Look at this. Just like there's over $1 million that people have stapled to the ceiling in this restaurant.
Oh, that's nuts. And that's definitely got a Florida vibe to it.
Yeah. Sounds stupid to me.
So Linz and I went to Hollywood Beach, Florida, which is just right outside of it's like right in between Fort Lauderdale and Palm Beach.
Okay.
And the only reason we went there was I think I've realized at this stage in my life that I have seasonal depression. So when it gets dark outside, so I decided this year, I was like, right around Christmas time, everybody had gone to Florida or Arizona or whatever, and they were all posting about it. And I said to Lindsay, I go, let's go somewhere. So we decided to go to Florida for a weekend in January, wild card weekend. And I went on Wednesday. She ended up coming on Friday. And I went on Wednesday because I have the Amex Platinum card and it had a really great deal. It gave you a free night.
Okay.
Plus $100 at the resort.
It gave you the credits there. Okay.
Plus, because if you have the Amex Platinum, you're automatically a gold member at Hilton and Marriott. So they couldn't upgrade my room, which is complimentary. So they gave me $30 per night per room. We only had one room, but $30 a night extra at the hotel, which
so
Lindsay spent about 3 minutes at the pool.
Okay.
And so
they're just trying to get you at the casino there or what?
No, there's no casino there.
Oh.
It was
not Hard Rock.
No, it was just a really nice beach resort. And so we got a night.
How much were the drinks?
Well, that's why
where are they making money?
That's why I said the $30 Lindsay spent at the pool within and the pool was heated and it was so nice. So we went to Hollywood Beach or whatever. And when we were there, it was wild card weekend. And so one night, the night that Oregon got crushed by Indiana, we went to the nice restaurant there and it wasn't even really all that good. The next night, it was wild card weekend. And I told Lindsay, I'm like, I want to watch football. So she found this restaurant right on the beach. It was like a 10-minute drive. And I don't know what it was about this place. It was this hole in the wall beach sports bar. And you could feel the beach air coming into the building as you were. You
wanted a pina colada when you walked in.
Oh, I just wanted some chips and some French fries. And I may have had a gummy that night. And I just wanted to watch the Panthers. And I want to say it was the Rams. And it was a really
I don't know if anyone's
game.
ever said that. I want to watch the Carolina Panthers play.
Zion Young to the Ravens. Does that mean that Zion Young's going to be good? Because I feel like all the edge rushers for the Ravens are good.
Well, they haven't been recently.
Well, didn't they take that Mike Green last year? Did he even do anything?
Their defense was they dropped to like 30 some odd sacks on the season. That's not like them. They were awful in that regard. That's why they wanted Max Crosby, and then got cold feet. So this is, I mean, this is. Are these edge players as good or better than who the Titans got last night?
I mean,
I don't know.
I like who the Titans got last night,
but I need guys who produce on all we do for 3 or 4 months is talk about production, and then
these two guys don't produce.
Yeah, like they don't lead their team in that area.
So, if you had to ask me, by the way, Nevada Josh says Jared give Hutton a gummy. I think Hutton's good.
Let's go. I'll take one.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, you talk to the people. I'll be right back. This stuff's all legal, by the way.
Listen to Jared. It's all legal, by the way.
This
No.
stuff is.
Okay. Let's do this. I don't have the ability to do the live chat, so I'll read. Who's are you in charge of putting that on the screen? How are you doing that?
Okay, so I got this little mouse right here, and then I see somebody says something.
Yeah.
I just
okay.
click it.
I see.
Hut should get just for men.
Just for men. But I feel like once you go to a certain gray, you're screwed. Like you don't paint the beard after that. You just can't do it.
Well, I remember the old Just for Men commercials where they would have Walt Clyde Frazier and Keith Hernandez.
Yeah.
And it would be Mr. Graybeard approaching Miss Hottie, and he would get rejected every time. In my experience, I think Miss Hottie likes the gray beard nowadays.
They like the salt and pepper look, but I like 2 years ago it was just a brown. I'm going full gray fast. Like you mentioned the thinning hair, I'm going full gray, and it is kind of it's something that I noticed recently. I'm like, man, what is going on? Because I don't feel stressed out like about that needed to go gray within 6 months, but. Maybe I'll just shave and look 10 years younger. How about that?
David says, I knew Jared was a coupon clipper. Number one, what does that mean? Number two, I go to Costco.
You're like Kevin McAllister in Home Alone.
I go to Costco for fun.
For fun?
Yeah. I like to go to Costco, and I like to see what deals they have and to see, like...
You are a coupon clipper.
So, like, this hoodie right here was, I think, $11. And I've worn it for, like, 4 years. I love it. I love that.
It's like a pair of sunglasses from Walmart. You'll never break them or lose them.
Well,
that's your hoodie.
See these shoes right here?
Yeah. Is that also Sam's Club?
No, this is Amazon Feet Hit brand.
What is it? Have you seen these?
Very comfortable.
The shoes that are on Instagram all the time that everyone's wearing now. With the huge, I don't know what they
Allbirds.
They'll know. Let us know. It's a Kona or something like that.
Nah, I've never done that before. Indy trades their pick to Pittsburgh, which means Pat McAfee gets kicked off the stage.
Pat McAfee, does he come out in a neck brace like he did for his show after going to WrestleMania?
No, he did not.
After WrestleMania, he hosted a show wearing a neck brace. I actually love that.
Do you have any, when it comes to McAfee, are you compromised in talking about him at all, or can you?
No.
Okay. I think McAfee has kind of fallen off.
You think he's too comfortable now, or like there's no one messing with him, so he doesn't feel the need to stir the pot, or what?
No, I feel like when McAfee was doing it pre-ESPN, it was just all football with a tiny little bit of basketball here or there.
Yeah. And now they're doing way too much of everything else.
So it's just ESPNized.
Well, I think part of it is he and Stephen A both got a boatload of money, so there's no more competition. They signed their mega deals, and that was the huge thing, was who's better. Mm-hmm. Stephen A was always talking about ratings better on First Take. We followed this.
Yeah.
Well, now it's like, well, they got their coin, so who's going to tell them anything? I actually respect the hell out of Stephen A. I find him to be very prepared, and I think when he speaks, he knows what he's talking about. McAfee, I feel the same way. I think he puts in the time to put some phone calls in, but not to the extent of the sourcing that Stephen A is going to have.
My problem with both of them is they talk too much basketball for me.
Well, that's because of, to your point.
The other day I turned on the TV and McAfee was talking to Iman Shumpert about basketball. And I'm like, Diana and Vrabel, where are you, McAfee? And he won't touch it now.
Well, but ESPN's
he would have touched it 3 years ago. He would have been all over it 3 years ago. Yeah,
you're right. And so would Stephen A. They again, like I'll take the money and not have to talk about a sex scandal. But they're not competing against each other right now. They haven't talked crap in a long time. How much money would it take for you to basically be paid to say whatever somebody wants you to say or to not talk about? Well, there are certain things that you would get flagged for tonight on YouTube. I mean, if you're monetizing YouTube. Oh, yeah. Didn't Tommy Lahren get your. There are certain things. Clay's gotten pulled off YouTube, too, for talking about COVID. Really? I probably just got you flagged. But like Alphabet, I've been vaccinated, so I just want. I have too. I did too. The NFL made me in order to work. But I'm saying, like, there are things that you don't bring up that way you're not flagged. You can't mention certain words about like you don't say someone. I'm sending Caroline a picture because she's on a bachelorette party. Oh, and I want to be like, okay, well, this is what I'm doing right now. Don't you say someone has been what is it? They're no like when someone dies, you don't say they were killed. I probably just got you flagged again, but like they use a different word for that on YouTube. Hosts do. You don't notice this? Like, I don't know. It's like, so they don't get, again, I think it happens every day even though we don't know it or not. What have you been flagged for on YouTube? Copyright wise? Just whenever I use a cut from NFL Network. So I used an Ian Rappaport cut one time, got flagged, and I used a Ruben Bain cut, got flagged. And it takes a while to get flagged, right? No, it's usually overnight. Like, we'll get flagged like 2 months later for something. Really? Stupid stuff. Yeah. I don't understand it at all, man. Who determines the algorithm? I understand there is an algorithm. Who is in charge of creating it? Oh, I don't know. Like who says what's in style for fashion? I don't know who that is, but we all like. I want my cargo shorts back. Like who says I can't do that? Okay, so like if I was Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini controlled the YouTube algorithm, I could automatically have my show get 500,000 views just by controlling the algorithm. Absolutely, they can control that. Yeah. Yep. That's pretty scary. And they can also like shadow ban you and keep you hidden from being recommended. Like the recommended tab is fascinating to me on what's pushed towards me and what's not. One person says, really boring topic, Jared. Most people don't care about it. The NFL is full of cheaters. No crime was done. Are you talking about Vrabel and Rossini? Oh, it's not boring. How can you say it's boring? I mean, I find the whole kid thing to be very uncomfortable because her kids did nothing wrong. And yet it is so fucked up that she named her kid Michael. I know. I haven't pieced the timelines together myself, so I'm just taking Twitter's word for it. But they say she was covering a Titans-Colts game, and her son was born 9 months later. And if we know that I have thought since early 2022 that they were doing it. I never knew exactly the relationship status, but when I say it's been a known, it's been the worst kept secret. I mean, from like leaking information, like that, like the source was not sources; it's the source. Yeah, that's the worst kept secret part of it. The pictures are something. Again, we talked about today on Hot Mic. The fact that photos are coming up now from 6 years ago seems awfully planned and leaked in a series of ways to where now I think they kind of figure out what possibly could be coming down the pike, and you're like, oh shit, how do you stay ahead of the story? How do you make sure that things are handled prior to something else being released? And my two, and I haven't talked to anybody about this. Don't know. My two guesses is it's either a video, the next one will be a video, or the son is Vrabel. The son is Vrabel.
If the son, okay, so
again, that there has to the way that this has been handled from last week or whatever, going from this is laughable to now where he is in the press conference saga, and her getting off social media after the receipt of all the posts that she's made, and all of a sudden she's not on there anymore. Yeah, I mean, and she was still trying to report news for The Athletic after this.
Oh yeah, that was crazy.
I mean, it's gone from that to just totally ghosting.
Who is that?
I think this is Michael Robinson,
the NFL Network guy. Falcons on the clock.
Is it? I don't know. Michael Turner.
Michael the Burner Turner from Northern Illinois. The Falcons. That's a team who sucks.
Yes.
Just perpetually suck.
Yes.
They had 1 year where they were really good and should have won the Super Bowl, and other than that, they fucking stink.
Matt Ryan is in charge
Terrell.
now.
So they've got AJ Terrell and Avion Terrell now.
Matt Ryan's in charge there. He's making the calls. I know they hired a GM, but Matt Ryan's making the calls. What are they saying?
Belvis says PK was pissed about the 2020 news. He was scooped on the no Brady interest. Vrabel told Rossini. I'll leave that other part out.
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
how far are we from the Titans pick right now? Like 20 more?
20 picks.
Wow.
Yeah. They kind of used their pick today, yesterday.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this question, though, about Vrabel and Rossini.
Yeah.
I do not think Vrabel should be fired. I do not think Vrabel should be punished.
And I don't think Rossini should be kept from reporting news because her news reporting is actually pretty damn accurate.
Yeah, but you can't work for the New York Times and be banging a source.
But I've heard that she won't be credentialed. The amount of people at the Super Bowl who are credentialed. You look around at some of these shows, man.
He's sitting there saying Jared Stillman's getting credentialed.
No,
I mean, come on now.
Not even that credential anybody to go and ask. They'll give kids a credential to go ask questions at media night. Again, I just because she's involved in this love affair doesn't mean that her reporting is not going to be good. I mean, her reporting's been very good. I trust her if she's reporting something. It's not all from Vrabel, but if it were on the Titans, it was all about Vrabel.
Sure. I guess I would say
where I'm conflicted on it is about the voting.
Yeah, that's fucked.
Yeah, because it was a very tight window MVP vote this year. Her vote went to Drake May. She was on the record with that. We know who she voted for Coach of the Year. First name wasn't Matt. It was Mike. That's where it really affects. Those votes determine who wins those awards, and that's brought up in a Hall of Fame discussion.
Oh, yeah. And incentives and contracts and everything else.
Absolutely.
Minnesota's traded into 49. But here was the question I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
I don't think Vrabel should be fired. I don't think Vrabel should get in trouble. I don't think he should anything. But if the kid is his, which I feel kind of dirty even bringing up.
I know, but
if the kid is his, then what?
Then he's like plenty of people who have played in the NFL with multiple baby mamas.
No.
Yes.
That is such a bombshell.
It's a bombshell, but it doesn't mean he's fired. I mean, here's where I will say he is extremely fortunate. They went to the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
The quick turnaround. They went from 4 wins to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Now, if this were a 6-win team, then we're probably talking about it in a different way. The dude showed up and won.
I always feel like if it was a 6-win team, nobody would care.
No. There would be more people demanding that it's equal treatment for the coach and the reporter.
If it was Jonathan Gannon,
the fact that he wins,
Josina Anderson, I don't think anybody would care.
But the fact that they win, that they were winning, people you're willing to overlook this. The NFL hasn't really commented on it.
Somebody said it'll be like a John Edwards controversy. Okay. I don't know exactly what the John Edwards controversy was. I just remember he was running for vice president.
Yeah. And it was
just shit after shit after shit on him.
it's like the Key and Peele skit. That's like, I have not said any photos. Those are not my photo. And then the photos start dinging in the media room.
That is,
and it's like, yeah. And he's like, there were 4 photos, and then there ended up being 8, and he has to make another statement. That's what this has turned into.
Vrabel
Talking way too much, right? Because he's not saying anything at these pressers.
He won't. He refuses to tell the truth. He refuses to be humble.
And I'm sorry. And the Patriots acting like they haven't reached out to a crisis management firm. Are you kidding me? They're the experts on it. Of course they have. Why wouldn't you?
I believe that I should start a crisis management company.
But why wouldn't you reach out to one to handle it? Because it's really up to how much Vrabel's willing to tell their PR staff about what could come and how you handle it. How do you get out in front of it? You're at the mercy of the person that you're trying to crisis manage, right?
Do you think Vrabel lied to the PR staff about the scope of the relationship?
He said it was laughable.
No. But I'm talking about when this first broke and Stacey James sat down with him and said, all right, Mike, what's the deal? Do you think that...
Who's telling Mike Vrabel what to do?
Well, I talked to multiple big-time PR people in pro sports, not just the NFL.
Sure.
And I asked them, I said, if you were running the Patriots, how would you handle this? And 2 of the bigger people that I talked to were both like, I'd sit Vrabel down and I'd be like, okay, I need to know everything.
Well, that's happened now. But
sure.
I think initially, he was still the coach who was too much of an alpha for the Raiders job. Or the Chargers, actually. It was the Chargers that he interviewed.
Well, they took Harbaugh.
No, well, I'm saying but he was too aggressive. What was the...
Diana said he was too big.
He was. Oh, well, there you go.
And she would know.
She knows coach's name, Michael. Too big. You're right. Oh, and then how about the clip where she's asking Vrabel about, so how was your birthday?
I haven't been able to. So the one where she asked, is that the one where she asked him about his wife?
No, not that one. She just said, how's your birthday been so far today or something?
To Vrabel?
Yeah. Like at a training camp interview. Like, how did your birthday start this morning? Something like that. That's made the rounds too. Again, the amount of receipts that people are pulling on her, I mean, it's never ending.
The thing about cheating people that I've noticed is that it's little shit like that they cannot help themselves from doing because they think they're so smart. Well, they're like, oh, we are so smart. Oh, we are so slick. Ha ha. How was your birthday? Because Vrabel's probably thinking, oh, it was great because we fucked this morning. And
it was a very awkward exchange. And again, she's poking the bear there, right? Like, hindsight, like how can you not read into that?
If a genie went up to Diana and said you can be with anybody in the world right now, do you think she'd pick Vrabel?
Yes.
If a genie went to Vrabel and said there's anybody in the world you could be with, do you think he would pick his wife or do you think he'd pick Diana?
I can only go based on statements and his actions right now. He's choosing the NFL draft right now. Tomorrow he'll choose his family.
I was actually listening to Boston radio today, and they were saying they think that Vrabel may be going into some sort of rehab, and that the program may start tomorrow, so that would allow him to be back for the start of a mini camp.
If he's going into rehab, are you talking about like sex rehab, like sex addiction? What,
they were talking about maybe alcohol. I don't know.
But okay, so you're going to you're going to let a drunk run the first 2 nights of your draft?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll let him run the third. Then let him run the third. 8 of 11 picks. Again, that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, he said he was doing it for his family.
I know.
Someone said Peter Woods bought multiple Maserati SUVs. Crazy. I actually looked at buying a Maserati SUV one time, and I just figured it wasn't worth it.
You got a nice car out here, I saw.
Thank you.
Electric vehicle.
Yeah, so I have an electric BMW. I used to have a Porsche, and I mean, it was cool for a couple of years to drive a Porsche, but then started breaking down, and it was just kind of a pain in the ass. And I was like, I'd rather. And it was an e-hybrid, and so it was the first e-electric. Like it was a hybrid, gas and electric. It got 12 miles. It would go 12 miles on electricity, and then it would cut to gas.
See, for me to go to the electric, I need a car that I don't have to charge to go to Knoxville. Like I like the ability to go to Knoxville and back.
Curtis
and
Martin looks like he'd get in there and go play.
He does.
He looks the exactly
the same
as 20 years ago when he played football. The Jets have sneakily had a good draft so far. Now, it's easy to have a good draft when you have all the picks.
Yeah, Withrow said that's his favorite draft so far. I mean, I've been
so cheaped out today on your winners and losers, by the way.
No, the winner is Ty Simpson, the loser of the Rams. We saw the breakup between Les Snead and McVay.
I think that was a total dog and pony show. I think McVay knew that they were. I think McVay wanted them to take
Have you seen the recent video of the phone call made to him to announce the pick? Ty Simpson's like, "Let's go win it, coach. Let's go get it." And McVay goes, "Yeah, we'll see you in here soon. Enjoy the night." On the phone with his quarterback, Sean McVay, who's like the Tom Cruise always grinning coach of the NFL, and he's pissed off.
No, I think it's a total dog and pony show.
Why? Then why treat it like that?
Because he wants Matthew Stafford to know that this was above me, and I still have your back, Matthew.
They have been such a strong organization when it comes to that. Les Snead and McVay. McVay gets the credit. Les Snead's very rarely mentioned. The background here is Les Snead and Ty Simpson's dad are really good friends.
Yeah, apparently they're like besties.
And the family called Les Snead to ask his opinion on if Ty should go out and go pro. And, to me, it ties in with not only did Les Snead tell him to go pro, they drafted him and moved up to get him. You can trade down and get him.
I think the Jets at 16 were lurking.
I think McVay is about to retire when Stafford retires, and he wants to win, and they just drafted a player who's not going to play.
And so Snead is planning for life after both McVay and Stafford?
He's covering for a quarterback that's going to be needed whenever Stafford retires and all they have is Stetson Bennett without a head coach.
Who do you think they're going to hire to be the head coach after McVay leaves?
Probably his OC. Whoever that is.
So I think they would try to go out and get Kevin O'Connell.
Kevin O'Connell could be on the hot seat soon.
He's going to get fired this year. He's going to get fired because
he'll be hired to be the new OC in LA.
He screwed up the Sam Darnold thing.
Yep, he sure did.
One person said, "I wonder if there will be a 30 for 30 called when Mike Vrabel becomes the insider." Very funny.
That's a good title. Also, From the Desk of Mike Vrabel would also be a good title
I
for
do
the
like
movie.
that one. I used to always have fun with that when we had the little
the sounder.
Oh yeah,
that was fantastic. Oh, you have it with them.
All right. I love it.
I can hear it.
You can't hear it?
No.
Oh, for some reason I can hear it.
Okay,
Diana
good.
Rossini
Well, they can hear it too.
report
Then.
comes directly from the desk of
But I
Bob
do love
Vrabel,
it.
most likely.
All right. So, is CJ Allen still available?
I believe so.
If so, why? I love that dude.
CJ Allen?
Yeah.
Who is this big guy?
It's an offensive lineman, right? Got to be.
No, it's a kicker. Of course it's an offensive lineman.
I don't know.
I don't know which one. Oh, Brian O'Neill.
Just making sure he's not like, the fan who's screaming into the mic.
That guy was from Make-A-Wish, though, so you can't be like.
And the league put up the Make-A-Wish, like. The league is so bad at that, dude. They like having the player from a couple years ago that he has a speech impediment, and he came across like he can't read, but and they put him up there to read the pick. Why would you do that? Like, if the Make-A-Wish kid is going to scream into the microphone, it's probably not the best way to announce a first-round pick for an organization that's going to be memorable for the player who's drafted. Does that make sense?
But it's the Make-A-Wish kid, so you can let him do whatever you want.
Yeah, well, I guess. Let him go out there and, hold the card or something. Again, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but, Roger Goodell, they go and rehearse these, fake hugs. Announce the pick and have the commit. This is where allow the NBA to give you an example of after the first round, then do your dog and pony show with all of your announcements at the podium. First round is, let's be locked in. Everything else is supposed to be very buttoned up and professional for the Shield.
Do you think Jim Wyatt knew that the Titans were going to take Cardell Tate?
I don't think so.
Really?
Because I was listening to a little bit of Titans radio and earlier today, and the reaction there was not about receiver at all. It was Jeremiah Love or the pass rush. I think they did a great job of keeping this silent. They really
wanted Cardell Tate.
I mean, I don't know if they would have drafted Cardell Tate over Jeremiah Love. What I'm saying is the fact that they were willing to go Cardell Tate over the edge rushers available. Yeah, I mean, they did a great job keeping that quiet. So no one was really giving that any thought, right? I didn't hear a lot of talk. It was mentioned, but it was like, No,
I thought there was no shot they would draft Cardell Tate.
Well, I saw your reaction, but I wasn't expecting it either. But it's just based on the needs of where they've been so bad. They don't have a number one receiver, but I didn't think there was one in this draft. Like a number one guy who's going to come in and just be the guy.
Floyd used to always say, just because you pay a number 4 receiver number 2 money doesn't make him a number 2 receiver.
Yeah, but I'll pay Ohio State receivers. I will. I'm okay with that.
The Ohio State receivers you like run 4.4. He runs 4.5.
Yeah, but in this offense, get open and catch the damn ball. Like there's way too many small target radiuses on this team right now. Cam Ward's not that accurate.
No, he's not.
Get somebody that's going to go up and be aggressive and catch the ball. Like that's where they've really dropped off the cliff to me is the consistency of a throw to the outside or the far side of the field, and the receivers are allowed to make the quarterback look a little bit better too. They are. Now the quarterback needs to be the guy. He's got to be the number 1 pick. But the receivers need to step up and be a number 2. Calvin Ridley can be a number 2 receiver, but there are days where he's a number 4.
Yeah.
Like that can't happen. This dude, Cardell Tate's got to be a number 1 guy.
He's got to
be.
I told you today he's got to be A.J. Brown.
Okay. And, great. But I agree with that. But I'm hearing all this stuff like, he'll come in and we'll see. No, this dude's got to be the guy. And
one person said that Graziano had it, that the Titans were going to look at Cardell Tate.
That was Chris Johnson, CJ2K.
I saw he was the one person that got it on Jim Wyatt's local media. I put Styles in. Then in the end, I ended up having it be. I think it was Love was my final mock draft was who I had.
I gave Jimmy. I gave him Jeremiah Love. When I sent it to him, I was thinking it's probably not going to happen, just because it's not that obvious. It can't be this obvious. But that's who I wanted them to take. And not available, of course, but that's who I wanted.
Let me tell you a secret about this room.
Go ahead.
So when this room got finished, so it was just a dusty, dirty storage closet with no ceiling, nothing.
This is not a closet. When you described it as a closet last night to Braden, I'm thinking, a broom closet.
Here, let me show you.
This is not a closet in here.
Let me show you what it looked like.
This is like a walk-in cooler at a very nice restaurant. Like this is the size of it, I'm saying. Like a huge beer cooler.
Let me show you what it looked like when I first bought the house.
Okay.
Like when we looked at homes, we found out we were having a kid, and it was like, okay.
Yeah.
My home was too many stairs, too much. Packers on the clock here at 52. We're kind of rolling through the picks tonight.
I love it.
I'll give the NFL credit. I do like the 8-minute clock on the first round. I thought that was stupid when they decided to do it. I'm totally for it. ESPN's got to hurry their asses up, though.
And at this, we're at the mercy of TV. The draft is probably already at the Philadelphia pick in the war room.
Oh, it's beyond the Philadelphia. They're probably at 60.
Yeah, teams are already knowing other players coming through, and we're waiting on Make-A-Wish to get out there and make the call.
That's John Kuhn. Brandon Cece, I actually like him. So this is what this room looked like when I bought the house.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So I picked out the flooring and the wall and everything. I did all that.
This would be if I were in high school, this would be the perfect room for me. If this were my parents' house, if you were the host, everybody had the one house you went to and hung out with the parents, the cool parents,
mm-hmm.
and that the cool parents gave the kid a room like this.
So
You know what I'm saying?
that door handle has a thumbprint, and only Lindsay and I's thumbprints open the door. Well, it's just because I thought about it when my son's 4 or 5 years old. If I'm on the air, I can't have him coming in here.
Sure, yeah.
And
I love that though.
The
electric car and the thumbprint handle. What do you do if the battery goes dead?
For the thumbprint,
Yeah.
you just put in new AA's or whatever.
Okay. I don't know. I mean,
Wilbur says, Jared, you need some hot tea, buddy. Yeah, my voice is in bad shape. So for this room, when I first finished it and got the TV put up there and everything, it was like right when my son was born. And Lindsay's parents were in town. And I just wanted to watch the beginning of the Penn State SMU playoff game. And I just kind of wanted to watch in silence and peace.
Yeah.
I just came in here. They didn't even know I was here.
They had no idea.
I was just in here watching the game.
What a game that was.
Yeah, it was like 100-0, 5 minutes in. I went back upstairs. I also think that this is going to be somewhere that I come when my son is older and is running around the house or whatever. If I just got to get away, there's Pat McAfee. McAfee's lost some weight.
Yeah, he was training for WrestleMania.
Did he actually fight in WrestleMania?
Yeah, I mean, he's done some incredible stuff there. Like off the turnbuckle and all that, like crazy stuff. He's actually really good.
Lindsay says she's watching the show.
He tells no lies.
You know what's funny is I actually ordered like a sandwich from Uber Eats that time.
Yeah.
And I had them come around back and drop it off so I could just go out instead of coming to the front door.
See, there's another Home Alone reference. Little Nero's going to the back door.
Oh, yeah, when he played the video and pretended to shoot him.
Yeah. Snakes. I don't know no snakes.
Someone said, Vrabel Gate got your voice. So true. I've done so many podcasts. Hold on. I want to show you. You people can't see this, but
best news of the week for Vrabel is Jared's voice just went out.
So that was yesterday on the podcast downloads. It's like an all-time high right there at the peak.
Oh, I see this. Okay. Oh,
so
this
you can
is
see the chart, and you can see where Vrabel and Diana started canoodling.
Yeah, you can see
the podcast chart.
I could see when the photos were dropped, the most recent ones.
Yeah. CJ Allen to the Colts. I
like him. I really do. Here's why. I asked him about, like, he was a first-round projection to start the season. Mm-hmm. And if you look at his measurables versus Arvell Reese, at the top two line, well, Arvell Reese is an edge, but look at the linebackers. He's probably the third best. I mean, I like his attitude. His attitude was, I'm coming back because I want to win a national championship. Now, he can get paid at Georgia, but a first-round pick, we learned why you go to the draft if you're Ty Simpson. He turned down $6.5 million, he says, to go to the draft. And now he's financially going to benefit from that. This dude was ready to play in the league last year. And I just like the fact he's like, I'm pissed off that I haven't won a title at Georgia and everyone else has that came before me. And I want to win. I like that attitude.
I just hate the fact that the Colts get rid of Zaire Franklin, because Zaire Franklin had been a rod up the Titans' asses for years. And they get rid of Zaire Franklin, and immediately here comes CJ Allen in the second round, because the Colts didn't have a first-round pick because they traded
the Colts
for
just
Sauce
trade
Gardner.
Back too. Like didn't they just move back a couple too to get him?
Yeah, with Pittsburgh.
That's a great move. See, that's better than what the Rams ended up doing. Is my point.
Philly's on the board here.
That means it'll be a good pick.
What do we think? Pass rusher? They went Mekhi Lemon yesterday.
Man.
So they replaced A.J. Brown.
Yeah, it's defense, right?
Pass rusher. Try to think of who's still available that's a pass rusher. Brian Westbrook. You know what the kids today, they'll never see when it comes to football? Like my son will never see Brian Dawkins play. Like a guy that hits like Brian Dawkins used to hit back.
They'll never see the segment jacked up.
Oh, my God. I love it. Oh, shit. Eli Stowers to the Eagles. To answer,
Who did you want him to go to?
the Titans. I didn't think he'd be there at 69, but God, I think Eli Stowers would have been perfect for the Chiefs.
Yes.
I think he would have been perfect for the Titans because Cam Ward's not accurate, so you throw it in his vicinity and let him make plays.
I mean, I think he's perfect he just went to a great organization too. Dude's going to win, and he's a great just dude. Leads. I'm not the PR machine here, but he does Bible studies and does he say he's a locker room leader in a great way.
Amen.
Yes, he is not going to be a distraction in any way. He's just going to go out and produce and win, and I like that because look, he's going to be surrounded by some alpha receivers. This dude's going to be the most consistent player.
Belvis says, guys, do you think Borgonzi stays at 69 or do you think he maneuvers to get back into the second? Could they use their 3 fifth-round picks to move back up into the second?
I don't know.
You'd have to use 2. So I think you'd have to trade 2 fifths and a third.
I'll tell you this,
to move
man.
into the back half of the second.
There are a lot to that point. There are a lot of teams moving up because this draft is so light in talent, and we're at 56. We're right in the heart of these grades that are all these guys are pretty much the same projection, regardless of position.
I guess you could do it now. So you could move from 69 to say 57 with Chicago and trade 2 fifth-rounders.
It just depends what they're after, man. Like if you're after inside backer, you're moving up right now.
Let's pull up the Mel Kiper best available here. Thank goodness ESPN.
Well, one of them is the Vols corner.
Jermon McCoy.
Yeah.
Jermon McCoy must have murdered somebody because
he had a knee injury in January of last year and then didn't play the season.
So McNeil Warren's still available, the safety out of Toledo, though I bet he ends up going to Chicago at 57 because he'll be the replacement for Byard, even though they took Thieneman yesterday. Anthony Hill, the linebacker for Texas, I don't know who that is. Zachariah Branch, I think he just got busted for speeding. Chris Brazel. I don't know. The Titans don't really need a receiver anymore. Gabe Jacques from Illinois. Oh, my God.
Go ahead.
Pregnon still on the board there at 7. So here's the thing. How many picks away are the Titans?
They need guard.
How many picks away are the Titans? Let's see. 10,
I'll pull that
4, 14.
You move up for him.
No shot that Pregnon is available at 69.
Yeah.
Could you trade with Chicago to 57 to try to get Pregnon and then put him at right guard? I would give up.
Why are you saying Chicago?
Because they're at 57 and Jacksonville's not going to trade with me and New England's already got the pick in.
Yeah, but who are you jumping ahead of? And who's at 58?
That's a good call. Let's pull that up.
Yeah.
Okay, so the rest of the round.
Are the Cardinals up there? The Cardinals suck on the offensive line.
No, they're done. But they're ahead of you in the third.
Right. Okay.
I think. New England picked a guard yesterday.
Yep.
Jacksonville sucks on the offensive line.
Yes.
Chicago, I don't know what they need. I think they need a center.
Purdy was getting his ass kicked all season.
Who did San Francisco took a receiver today? They didn't take anybody yesterday. Houston already took a guard today. Chicago picks again. The DJ Moore pick.
Yeah, so Chicago's a good team to call right now.
I think I would offer all. I don't want to go all Jimmy Johnson trade chart here, but I do think I would trade at least 2 of the 5th rounders to see if I could move from 69 with Chicago so that I could get Pregnon. So let's see. The value of my 5th round picks, 34, 25.
The other part of it, yeah, keep doing your math there. The other part of it is these picks are about Cam Ward.
Yeah.
And you have the 3rd worst scoring offense in the league. And, I mean, he was on pace to set the damn record for sacks in the season at one point. And they need a starter. I mean, to me, you trade up for a starter. Instant starter, you're trading up.
One person said Logan Jones is still there, too. He's a center. Most people think he's the best center in the draft.
I mean, do they have a center? I know they signed one.
I think they.
Listen to Jared talking about trading up for a guard.
Well, I'm fine with trading up for a guard in the second round.
For a
you
guard.
can take guards in the second and third round. You do not take a guard, in the top 10 unless it's Bruce Matthews. And even then, they would have been better off taking Dan Marino in that draft that they took Bruce Matthews. That draft was freaking loaded.
Man, yes, it was. This one is not.
No. No, this draft is not John Elway followed by Eric Dickerson.
Yeah. Look at the Bucks going with.
Do you think there's ever been a bad draft that they said this draft is just shit? All the scouts, all the general managers, and then it became
Warren Sharp.
Like an all-time draft.
That's a great question. It would be like a quarterback draft, though, that would be obvious.
Right.
Like the most recent quarterback draft where 6 went top 12 or whatever.
New England at 55.
This is a Mike Vrabel selection. He's allowed to make this selection.
And then he has to go home or to rehab or to sex rehab or whatever. Gabe Jacas, the edge out of Illinois. Well, he'll learn how to stop the run. Will he be able to rush the passer? I don't know. Jacksonville on the clock.
I mean, see, all these guys look exactly the same to me. I'm talking about these edge rushers. Stat lines, all of it. Because everybody's like first team Big Ten now.
I know.
Everybody. 11 sacks this past year. That's great. I like the guy that will actually get the quarterback down on the ground.
So one of my favorites was in 2023, day 3 of the draft, the Titans took Jalen Duncan. Yeah. And when they took Jalen Duncan, it said at the bottom of the screen, I remember I was just laying on the couch watching the draft, and it said at the bottom of the screen, Jalen Duncan led the Big Ten in sacks allowed. I was like, shit. Like, normally we don't say those kind of things about people.
Did you see this trade with Grenard to the Eagles?
No shit.
Grenard to the Eagles. Here we go.
For 2/3? A third this year and a third next year.
And
wow.
And they gave him a 4-year, $100 million extension.
My buddy's a beat writer for the Vikings, and he says Grenard's good to go.
Really?
Yeah.
The fact they're doing that in this draft with edge rushers available tells you about this draft.
Well,
right?
And $25 million is not really a lot for an edge rusher today.
Well, not whenever you're not going to pay AJ and you're
right.
You know.
And your owner spends 115% of the cap every year.
And what happens at quarterback? Because Jalen Hurts is also
Jalen Hurts sucks.
I'm saying like they could have a rookie contract soon.
Sucks might be a little strong, but Jalen Hurts is a total passenger. Who is this? It's definitely got a defined jawline. It's like Josh Duhamel's making the Jacksonville pick. Paul Posluszny, I forgot all about him. Kaharski's buddies with him.
Yeah, he came on our show once and was awesome. He was great.
Nate.
This sounds like a Jaguar to me.
Bo Rickkircher.
Boer-Kircher? How would you say this? Boer. I would say Boer.
Boer-Kircher.
Yeah.
Nate Boer-Kircher. Never heard of him. I watched
Texas he sounds A&M. Like he's a great blocker.
I watched Texas A&M play like 8 games this year, and I don't know a single one of their players outside of Marcel Reed.
I don't know many players now at all because they move around and they stay in college. Everybody hits the portal.
One person said Dunker at 69 is fate. Kenny Powers incarnate.
Oh.
I know Blake Bedingfield's really into him.
Kenny Powers, I love it.
Jennings Dunker, the guard from Iowa. If you take a guard from Iowa, I feel like they might be pretty good. Floyd told me he tried to hire Kirk Ferentz one time to be the line coach, maybe, or whatever it was. And he was going to be the Oilers line coach, and then the Ravens just offered more money, and Bud Adams was like, yeah, no.
Bud Adams, somewhere in the Middle Tennessee area, I don't know where, there's still like Astrodome turf because Bud shipped the turf up here because he wanted it to be in the bubble.
No,
right.
So Floyd was like pretty vaulty when it came to those kind of like the good like tea gossip stories.
Yeah.
And the time to get him was when he was tired.
Okay.
So if he was tired, he'd start talking. And one time we were driving home from Birmingham for SEC Media Days. And it was late at night. He told me the whole story about the Steve McNair locking him out of the facility and everything else.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. We may have some breaking news. Easton and PK going at it on Twitter. Well, let's pull this up. Let's see what old PK and Easton are getting into here.
What are they battling?
So, you know how PK always like tries to tell me how to do my job?
Yeah.
He's doing the same thing to Easton. So I'm sure that's probably what's going on right now.
But okay, let me see what he's saying though.
Okay.
Update. What?
So yesterday, Easton said, so Jeremy Fowler said the Titans are among teams that had pre-draft discussions about trading up in the late first. Easton said, been trying to prep y'all for this possibility. Don't turn the TV off after the top 5. Paul said, bigger vocab than Jason Wolf, but does a lot more pre-confirming.
Wow, that's a huge shot from PK if he brings up Jason Wolf, who I haven't heard in a while. But as a gift, Chad and I acquired the banner from the Tennessean that had Jason Wolf. Like,
yeah,
you remember this?
I like Jason Wolf.
Okay, I can like it, but it's still great. Like he was just so. It was the best day of Paul Carsey's life that he had this banner that we ended up just like they were throwing away anyway when the Tennessean building was going.
Didn't the if I remember this correctly, I can
pull up the photo of it.
If I remember this correctly, didn't the Tennessee, my buddy who's a huge A&M fan said that the Jags reached on the tight end. So if I remember this correctly, didn't the Tennessean promise Jason Wolf that if he broke the story of who the general manager was going to be when it was John Robinson, they'd give him a banner? And he didn't break it, but they gave him a banner anyways?
I don't know if that's what it was, but I mean, he was a prominent banner downtown. On
it
the
was
skyline.
right there.
That's the
shit,
banner
I would have paid for that.
They were like demoing the building, and we had a listener who was doing that and got us the banner. They were trying to figure out how we got it. And so we had Paul pose outside. We hung it off the Cumulus balcony and had Paul like pose with it. And, you know, he would do this. He would do this with Easton is what I'm saying. He would love to do the same thing. What are they really complaining about though?
Okay. So Paul said 21 hours ago, or Easton 21 hours ago. So that's probably when the Titans traded back up. Easton said, update Paul with a bunch of question marks. Paul says, congrats, a tremendous call. Care to comment on the one where you said all the stuff Peter Schrager, one of the most tied-in people in the business, was saying, lined up with all you were hearing, just laughable, unbearable stuff? Easton said, sure, Chief. I knew someone was going to say Chief. Sure, Chief. Feel free to read up. Noticed we were together for a while today, and you only chose to reopen this on Twitter for show, I guess. Very cool. You make it painfully obvious that the way I do my job is deeply bothersome to you. Anytime you'd like to take something up with me like an adult instead of making a scene, you know how to reach me. Hutton, your reaction?
I mean, this doesn't surprise me. I've seen this a million times.
You know,
I've seen this a million times.
So one of my favorite Vrabel moments was...
Oh, by the way, in defense of Paul will go after you in person.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't think Paul's ignoring Easton because he doesn't want to talk shit to him.
Yeah, I feel he's Easton up in person too.
He's begging for an opportunity to do that.
I'll say this. To me, Easton has made his bones with the way that he was reporting on the coaching surge. I felt like made him a made man in the local media. But
I agree. He was very good at that in that reporting. And I thought it was just the Callahan connection, right? He had all the Callahan news.
Yeah. But then Callahan was out, and he still got. I mean,
he gets flowers for that.
I used to shit on Easton all the time when he was like a blogger on the come up, and I used to fucking go after. I used to light him up, and I actually really, really like Easton.
Why would you light him up though?
Because he would say stupid shit that would piss me off. Like
pot, meat, kettle.
And I would just be like, hey, Easton, this is how us real media people do it. Now I'm hosting a podcast on a network that he used to work for, and now he's got a better job. But you know what's funny is I didn't really even know how Easton felt about me because I used to shit on him sometimes.
Yeah.
And I love him. I do. And I think he's good at what he does. And when Braden and I started talking, Braden was like, yeah, Easton, like the second that
there's Logan Jones.
The guy that
So they did go offensive line.
They did go offensive line. But remember I said they needed a center.
You did.
Because what I did when I did my mock draft is I went to ESPN. And instead of having one person tell me what everybody's team needs were, I went to the one where they had the NFL Nation reporters say what those teams needed. Because I figure TD knows what the Titans need, but not one person can know what all 32 teams need.
I agree.
So
and a lot of times that person for all 32, they're doing a mock draft for the 5th time in a month and changing stuff up to be different, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I never know what to believe on those mocks.
Like it says on the bottom of the screen, like Mel's team needs. The fuck does Mel Kiper know about the Titans?
I mean,
Mel Kiper knows about as much as my postman, who is my neighbor, who doesn't even have season tickets to the NFL.
Mel Kiper, though, he's the Dick Vitale of the draft. You know, he's you think NFL draft, you think Mel Kiper. It's like Madden football.
You know my favorite thing about Mel Kiper is when it comes to the draft is that Mel really does act as if he is like the 33rd general manager in the NFL.
Yeah.
And it's all for show. So last year when he was going on and on and on and on about
Browns need offensive line, by the way.
They're going offensive line?
They need offensive line.
They're probably taking Pregnon.
They're replacing a lot of offensive linemen.
They're replacing their entire line. So when Mel was going on and on and on about Shedeur Sanders last year, people were like, well, Mel's never right. And it's like, it's not about Mel being right. It's about the show. Well, but to Mel, it's not about the show. It's about doing the work and being right as an analyst.
Yeah. But
I appreciate that.
I do too. If you put the work in and he stood by his stuff.
Oh, yeah.
His evaluation.
Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Some people thought he was going to be a first-round pick. His whole family's like, congratulations, you got picked. He's like, yeah, 30 spots after I thought I was going to go.
He's crying because he's going to Cleveland.
Yeah, he lives in Key Largo, Florida. And he's going to Cleveland.
Yeah. So
then again, he's in Toledo, so it's not like it's that much of a difference.
Story about Mel Kiper. First person to ever put Mel Kiper on TV, Hope Hines.
Really?
Yeah. They were in Baltimore. Hope was a sportscaster in Baltimore and went to his cellar, his draft war room that he put together with all these cassettes, VHS, and did a story on this draft guru in the I think it was like the late 80s maybe. And Hope Hines put Mel Kiper on TV for the first time.
Do you know how Hope's doing?
Funny enough, man, I called Hope Hines about a month and a half ago, just because I had not talked to him in a long time. Hope is the first person that put me on TV in Nashville.
Really?
Yeah. And I love that guy. He sounds exactly like Hope Hines.
The last time I saw him was probably 5 years ago, and he looked exactly like Hope Hines has always looked.
Yep. He's, I think he's in his 80s now.
From the old days of kicking it with Shoe Carnival.
Yeah, dude. Speaking of Paul, the back and forth, the epic. We talked about this on Midday 180 all the time.
Hold on. Somebody just said the Titans have traded up to 60. So that was the second one with Chicago. Maybe that's for Pregnon.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Hey, no pick tipping YouTube chat. So I'm going to put up the media asset so I can't even see the comments if the Titans actually did go to 60. And you know that they're going to – oh, here you go. Okay, Schefter. The Titans have traded to 60 with the Bears giving up 69 and 144. So they gave up a lot less than I was going to give up because 144 is their top of the 5th round.
Great. Go get a starter, man. You trade up for starters.
Yeah. Pregnon.
We got an open spot. They've got plenty of them, but that's if it's about Cam Ward, which it is. And by the way, it's the Brian Dable draft, right?
Well, he's the general manager.
Yeah, I mean, anything he wants, he gets.
Cordell Flott
for his 1 year here. All right, so there's tight end.
No idea who that is. Marlon Klein. Titans on the clock.
Here we go. Marlon Klein.
I hope this show is more enjoyable than watching Lewis Riddick and company, but that I can't tell you.
I'm having a good time, man.
I mean,
like just. I'll be doing this in my living room anyway.
I have thought about this for like maybe a year since I started, doing the podcast stuff. And I'm learning more about it every day. But I have thought about like wanting to turn the room around a little bit.
Yeah.
And do like a sit out, hang out kind of.
And you could do this multiple ways. I love the Braves jerseys, by the way. The Bobby Cox jersey.
Somebody bought me a Chipper Jones jersey at a silent auction. Somebody got a little too tipsy at a silent auction where they had a Chipper Jones jersey and they bought me a Chipper Jones jersey. I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with one Chipper Jones jersey?
Yeah.
So then I went on eBay and I saw that like this might have been the Bobby Cox jersey might have been $100 maybe. The Steve Avery was probably like 85, and they're bootleg. So they look like legit Braves jerseys.
They look great.
On the other side, it does not have like the Braves logo.
Oh,
so clearly somebody just brought a whole thing of these to Steve Avery to sign one day when he was signing them.
Yeah.
And Steve Avery was my favorite player growing up. And then that Hank Aaron bat up there.
Oh, I haven't seen that. That's cool.
It's a signed Hank Aaron bat. And when I got it, Major League Baseball's official site, of course, the Titans go to
commercial during this.
Right, when they're on there. Major League Baseball had a huge sale, and the Hank Aaron bat was like half off. And Hank Aaron had died like 8 months before this.
It's half off 8 months after he passed away.
And my buddy, Ryan Hurd, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I said to Ryan Hurd, I was like, do you think I should buy this Hank Aaron bat? And he goes, he ain't signing it anymore.
Yeah,
well,
and it's half off.
So do we know they're going offensive line here, right?
I think I'm not trading up for a player that's competing for a job. I'm trading up for a player to start.
So the way I look at it,
lineman for that.
I absolutely think that a 3rd round pick and a 5th round pick are worth a starter in the 2nd round.
Yes. And I like the aggressiveness. They're clearly going in this draft. I don't mind trading up and grabbing players as the run starts. And where was he projected, Pregnon?
I think high 2nd.
Yeah. And again, this is
if you walk out of this draft with 3 starters, you did well. Even though I still hate the Carnell Tate pick, if you walk out of this draft with 3 starters, I think we can feel good about the Titans.
Well, they need to do everything possible to protect their quarterback.
Mel's team needs
and by the way, they need to run the damn ball.
Center, wide receiver, linebacker. First of all, what the hell does Mel know? Number 2, they got the edge. They got the receiver.
Now, he's got McCoy. Again, I don't.
Remember last year he had Shedeur Sanders, and Shedeur was up there for a while.
I know. But the Titans are an injury away from being awful again at corner.
Can I tell you that last year during the draft, I was addicted to the Shedeur Sanders stuff. So when it came to that night, like he didn't get picked in the 1st round.
Yeah.
And then when it just kept going and going and going in the 2nd round, I just couldn't stop watching the TV. And Joel Klatt asked Ian Rappaport on the NFL Network broadcast if Shedeur could go back to college. And then he didn't get picked. And so the next morning, the Saturday of the draft last year, the post office uses the term walk-in for passports. And it's a very loose interpretation of the word walk-in. So you have to show up at like 5 a.m. in order to be able to get a slip so that you can then come back at like 9 o'clock and get a passport.
So it's like getting in line without standing in line.
Right. But you have to get in line.
You got to get there early.
4 a.m, 5 a.m. So I went at like 4:35 in the morning and I sat in line at the Brentwood post office because my son needed a passport so he could go to Canada. And I sat there and I just listened to all of the talk, like all of the round 2 breakdowns on YouTube about Shedeur Sanders not getting picked. I was addicted to it. Okay.
We're
Here
not tipping picks
Jeffrey
here,
Simmons.
so let's see Jared's reaction to this. How about the leather? The leather
Simmons
jacket
on the clock. I'm actually proud of Simmons. He played well.
Yeah, he did.
Hold on. Let me just turn up the volume here. Who? Who is Anthony Hill Jr.?
Anthony Hill Jr. is from Denton, Texas.
Who?
Man,
Who the fuck is that? Is he good?
it's not a guard.
Who's going to play guard?
This is
I know. You people are
Go ahead.
going to tell me that Robert Saleh is such a good coach that he's going to take this second round linebacker from Texas, and he obviously must be talented if he's at Texas. And you're going to tell me that Robert Saleh is going to turn him into Fred Warner. And maybe
I'm
he
not
will.
saying that.
Maybe he will. But they don't have a center and they don't have a right guard.
Jared, I love seeing who's in the room here. I just like watching this, the interactions. I'm fascinated when they go to the war room with the Titans now.
Who are all these people? Amy, Kenneth, Saleh,
Yeah,
Dable,
a lot of the scouting staff is back there too.
Gus Bradley.
Again, they've got a lot of former coaches and GMs in that room.
By the way, and I mean this with all due respect.
Go ahead.
Has anybody made a bigger glow up in the last 10 years than Amy Adams Strunk?
Wow.
What she looked like 10 years ago, what she looks like right now.
Yeah, that's a great point. She looks great. Is it you're saying she's?
I mean, for
she's
her
great.
age, she looked. That's just my take on it.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, you're right. She's taking care of herself.
Who is going to play guard?
I'm also still worried about center.
Oh yeah, well, it's good that they're going to play Schlottman.
I know, but like,
Kayvon Austin, I forgot about him. I thought he was going to be good. He sucked in the NFL. Max Klar, a tight end. One person says Kevin Zeitler is going to play guard. How would you feel if they brought Zeitler back?
it's okay. But I mean, again, they have to get us. They need somebody that can play and move inside the center or start at guard. I felt like Zeitler got better and more consistent as the season wore on. You?
Yeah, I'm fine with Zeitler, but at some point you have to get somebody else. Robert is hitting the Saleh bar. That's a good one. Good pick, Jared. O-line is important, but Anthony Hill is a dog.
Hey, and let me
I'm
say,
going to talk to my Texas insider, my buddy Scott Fischel, who went to Texas. I have to text him, say, hey, you tell me. He told me that he liked the Tavondre Sweat pick, though, so we got to be careful with this. I'm just going to text him and say, thoughts, question mark.
look at the GM and the head coach here with the Rams not speaking. I love watching when they just to see who is interacting with who.
That is either something or that is nothing. Okay, did they not show a white guy on the
Yes,
screen
they
when
did.
they picked him, and now they show him on the screen on ESPN screen and he's a black guy?
They did.
I know I didn't make that up. I swear.
No, they did. They did. They showed two different players.
They just showed a white guy when they announced the pick on the big screen at the thing, and then when ESPN put the guy up, he wasn't white anymore.
I'm looking him up.
Look at that. That's a white guy.
Yeah.
And he's white.
All right. So the guy they had the promo for is the correct player, the white guy.
So then who's the black Max Klar?
It looked like a
showed
wide receiver
one guy
they put
who
up
looks
there.
like Travis, he looks like Travis Kelce with better hair, and then they show him next to Ty Simpson, and it's a totally different guy.
Bills acquire 62 from Broncos.
Transracial. Somebody said transracial. You can find someone to play guard. Who was the center guard for the Seahawks? The Seahawks took Gray Zabel in the first round. Dope.
Yep.
Don't be giving me that one. How do we get back into the second? The Titans traded the top of the 5th round pick or 4th round pick that they had. No, top of the 5th. They're not going to pick tomorrow until like 2:30 in the afternoon.
God. So scrolling through, how many picks do we have left here in this round?
This is the last one. Buffalo at 62. No. Buffalo at 62, the Chargers at 63, and Seattle at 64. One person said, are there no more picks tonight? Trent said, are there no more picks tonight? Technically, there are no more picks, but I don't want to do what Titans Radio did yesterday.
What happened?
Titans Radio signed off after Monroe Freeling went to the
Really?
Panthers at 19.
I didn't know that.
And so, at least on the YouTube stream, I don't know if they restarted the stream and jumped back on the radio. I don't know. I mean, I was doing the show.
They would do the full first round. Rhett was ready to go on the full first. I don't know though. The YouTube stream may be something different.
Well, I mean, Taylor Zarzer was like, "We'll see you tomorrow night."
Okay.
And it was at 19, and then they traded back for Falk. So I'm guessing they missed the Falk pick.
I don't know. Yeah, you got to do the first round. Jared, we used to do all 7 rounds live.
That
was crazy. Like the Saturday, whenever Larry and Mike decided to make the switch, and we'll just do updates on Saturday. That's the way to go. You break in live when the Titans are on the clock. It's like, at what point, like they had something produced for every single player, and it's like, man, at what point do you forget or run out of players to talk about? Like it's every single team with big needs, and I'm no Mel Kiper. It's like, oh, look, team needs. What do they have? So the updates on Saturday were welcomed compared to the live coverage on day 1 and day 2.
So when did you stop doing full day 3 coverage?
I think it was like I think it was the COVID year, because we did the first round in my garage in Murfreesboro.
You, Mike, and Mac?
Yeah, me, Mike, Mac, Rhett, and Brad Willis and Philip Noel were in there. They wouldn't listen to the studio.
Oh.
So we were just like, you know what? This is very difficult to pull off on Zoom, because everybody's got to have there's a dance to that broadcast. And so we set up shop in the garage, and it was fantastic. One of my favorite memories was there.
One person says we have a first round guard as well, you dope. Who? Oh,
Skoronski.
Yes, well, right now you don't have another guard.
There you go.
Falk is an edge rusher who can't sack the quarterback. Yeah, and Tate's a receiver who can't run. I mean, it's so depressing being a Titan fan sometimes. So what would you give, if you had to give the Titans a grade for their first 3 picks, what would you give them?
I would give them a C. I'll give them a C.
I think I might give them an F.
I can't give them an F. I'm not going to. They didn't draft a receiver from Missouri. They went with wide receiver U.
You got to stop that helmet scouting. I asked Floyd why he thought Aaron Rodgers fell, and he said because Jeff Tedford had a bunch of quarterbacks who had come out that sucked. I'm
going based on receivers who have been number 2 receivers at Ohio State that are number 1 legitimate studs right now for their organizations. That's what they produce. It's not what Cardell Tate's fault that they have Jeremiah Smith.
LSU had 3 number 1 picks at receiver the year that they won the national championship in 2019.
Right.
We all know Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. Do you know who the other one was?
Is it Landry?
No. It was Terrence Marshall.
Terrence Marshall. Wow. Well,
so just because Justin Jefferson was good and just because Jamar Chase was good doesn't mean that Terrence Marshall is good.
That's fair.
Doesn't mean that Carnell Tate is going to be good, even though JSN is good.
Well, but it's not like they took a player who was mocked to go 21st.
No, but they took a player
at 4 who they would have been drafted at 7. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, it was within a few picks. He's a top 10 pick.
The consensus big board said that he was 7th. So most people viewed him as the 7th best player in this draft.
Okay.
He goes at 4. I still feel like they reached, just like they reached with J.C. Latham 2 years ago.
I don't mind the fact that they went out and got a player that can potentially score the football. which they were awful at.
Well, it would have been nice if he scored the football some more in college.
That's fair, but I mean, at least they get a guy that can do that. They didn't draft a guard or a non-premium position.
Somebody said another Ohio State guy. Here's the deal: Ohio State, Texas A&M, Texas, Indiana now, Oregon. They're all going to have a bunch of first and second round guys because they can all pay for players every year.
Yeah.
The Big Ten has more money than the SEC. The Big Ten has dethroned the SEC because of the money. That's why Texas Tech has so many draftable guys. They have so much money. Person said Veach was going to come up for him. If not Kansas City, he's going to Washington. Well, Veach should have come up to the Titans for him. Person said the number 13, the running back, and Dallas Wilson. I don't know what that means. Person said, I asked who the Seahawks had. You said they had a first-round guard. So do we, dope. Last year, they drafted a guard in the first round when they needed a guard. And he's good. Sean Merriman.
Lights out, man. Actually, I actually like Sean. He's a cool dude.
I've never met him.
Here he goes doing lights out dance.
Oh, God. Make it about you.
He owns an MMA company now.
Does he?
Yeah. Lights Out Promotions. And he's like sold it to I forgot who. But I mean, he built it up and he's done well with it, which is a tough space to do it, to get into, is the fight business when you're competing against UFC.
I was talking to Lindsay about how the draft's a total dog and pony show.
Yes.
And about how the draft used to just be a bunch of dudes in a boardroom being like, all right, Cleveland takes Johnson. Who do you want, Chicago? And ESPN didn't have any rights, and they wanted the rights to the draft, and so they convinced Pete Rozelle to let him broadcast it, whatever. And I was telling her about how it became, it used to be in New York every year, and it was just such a dog and pony show. And about how once they started inviting fans started booing the picks, they started cheering the picks. And I told her about when the Philadelphia Eagle fans booed Donovan McNabb.
Yeah.
And Lindsay was like, Donovan McNabb, where do I know that name? And I was like, he was a really good quarterback. Campbell's Chunky Soup. She was like, didn't you go out to dinner with him at the Super Bowl? And I'm like, actually,
yeah, we did.
I did. Because he's buddies with Hutton.
No, buddies with Bullock. That's why he came out.
I was sitting there.
I don't know him that well.
So we're at this really.
That was a weird restaurant, right?
I was going to say weird. The food was great.
Yeah.
But the service was
strange
horrendous.
Vibe, man. Very San Francisco vibe.
And it definitely had like a, what the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah, how dare you?
Vibe.
Yeah, how dare you media members come in here and eat at 7:30?
And I was sitting there next to Donovan, and like I remember he was like, I don't know if I want to get the pasta or the chicken. I was like, just get them both. He got them both. I got them both. I crushed it. He crushed it. But he's like 6'4".
Yeah,
I'm not. And that made me feel like a fatty. But then the fact that I was sitting there hanging out with Donovan McNabb made me feel like when I was in high school, man. I'm like, man, I would have thought this was so cool when I was in high school. I would have thought this was.
Yeah, same. He's a very down to earth dude.
Cool dude.
Yeah.
Cool dude.
Yeah. Bully invited him out and they hit the town afterwards, I think.
Oh, yeah. They like went in the opposite direction of me because they were at the Westin too. And I was like, I'm going back to the Westin. And they were like, oh, no, we're going out here. I'm like, yeah, you guys go ahead and enjoy that.
So that may have been the same night that I went to, and I don't know if it was the same night. It may have been the next night. I went to some party where Puka Nakua was partying at the deal. And this was whenever he's just going off on his bender.
Mm-hmm.
And he was just crazy that night too. Like the videos you see of where he's at the car and he's all the paparazzi or whatever around him. That he was like that, just crazy acting.
I actually bumped into Puka at a Super Bowl party this year and almost knocked him over.
No,
he's pretty small.
No, I thought he was taller than what I expected.
Well, he's tall, but he's like very.
Yeah. Dude catches everything, man. Everything.
So I had gone to the Believe party.
Okay.
And then that was over. And I was going to the CAA party. And I was going to invite the guy who owns Believe. Real good dude named Braun Stillman.
Don't know him.
He is a genius.
His first name's
And
Braun.
He is Arthur Smith's brother-in-law.
Wow.
And so I was going to invite him, but Braun was going to the athlete's first party. And I was like, oh, that's like the Hatfields and the McCoys. So I go to the CAA party, and it was packed to the bottom floor. And there were a bunch of people I recognized. I didn't really know anybody, but it was just packed to the bottom. And then I ended up, kind of in the upstairs, and it was like the NFL was up there.
Yeah.
Like Derrick Henry, whatever. And as I was, in between the two parties, had eaten a gummy. It's San Francisco. It's legal. I had eaten a gummy in between the two. And so when I was leaving the CAA party, it was pretty cramped even upstairs. And I turned around and I was walking out, and Puka was like walking out of another room, and I almost knocked him over.
See, I don't know how you did that. I knocked over Bob McNair one time.
Well, he's old.
I know. Well, yeah.
May he rest in peace.
I crushed him like Delaney Walker crushed me on the sideline. Like I was coming around the corner at NRG Stadium trying to get some audio back upstairs for the postgame show, and I just trucked him. And I felt awful.
Owsley says we have reached the name dropping portion of the show. So true. Started with the Donovan McNabb.
Oh, sorry. I thought about Puka Nacua being drunk, and I wanted to let everyone know about it. Yeah. We could have dropped more names. Oh, I know he's talking about Donovan McNabb and Keith. By the way,
the whole Super Bowl is a whole name drop anyways. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, if you're at the Super Bowl, you're going to see famous people. They're going to be in your hotel. They're going to be at the media center. They're going to be out at restaurants. They're going to be at parties. It's
everyone's in the same bubble.
That's how the Super Bowl works. I love the Super Bowl so much. I feel like my goal, like for the next step of my career, is I just want to go to the Super Bowl.
Just go to the game?
No, I don't care about that. I just want to go to the Super Bowl.
Going to the game is very overrated.
I just want to do the show at the Super Bowl and not have to set anything up.
Yeah.
Not have to book any of my own guests.
Yeah.
Not have to. I just want to go, just sit my ass down, and just they say, okay, you're gonna have Justin Jefferson, Peter Schrager, and whomever are all coming at this time. That's all I want.
I think the Super Bowl radio row has become very stale. I think it's the same guest every single year.
It kind of feels that way.
Because everything's pre-booked. And so, like, to your point, if you want to get CJ Stroud, for instance, whenever he came on with us when he was Rookie of the Year, his entire day is booked before he walked in.
Yeah.
So it was Pepsi. If Pepsi doesn't reach out to you ahead of time, you're not going to have CJ Stroud on your show. But it's not like the league's letting you know that he's going to be there. I would have no clue had they not reached out to us.
So I've been to the Super Bowl 4 times. And in 3 of the 4 times, I have missed the credential deadline. And I've had to ask the Titans to call the NFL for me, to open it back up for me.
It's so
I'm always behind. Yeah.
Yeah. The credential deadline is in like early November. And you have,
What's crazy about the Super Bowl,
Diana won't get credentialed though.
I don't think so. What's crazy about the Super Bowl is that I do feel like, to your point, now that I think about it, I feel like I kind of have the same guests on every year. It's always, for me, I have all the Sirius XM people on.
Yeah.
So I always have Rich Gannon on. I always have Mad Dog on. I always have, again, because I work for Sirius, so they put them on.
Yeah.
I always have whatever former Titans are there. So CJ2K comes on. Bullet comes on. I always have like former Titans on the show. I always get Warren Moon somehow, some way. And last year, I didn't even reach out for Warren because I figured they weren't going to put Warren on. And Westwood One was next to me. And they were like, we have 15 minutes or 30 minutes and Warren Moon comes over. And I went up to the handler and I was like, can Warren do Nashville? And they were like, oh, man, I don't know. Warren's so super booked today. I don't think he can do it. And I was like, okay, if he can, he can. If he can, he can't. And then they were like, Warren could do 15 minutes. I was like, okay, let's go. So Warren sat down. We taped it. And I listened to one of the handlers talk to the other handler. And he goes, I guess Warren said he just really wanted to do this show. And I heard that and I felt all fuzzy inside. I'm like, Warren, you're my guy.
Man, to that point, there was a year where Jason McCourty and Devin McCourty were making the rounds together. And
You got the McCourties mixed up, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I didn't. But I told J-Mac, I was like, hey, I didn't know you were going to be here. Can we get you on the show? So he's telling the handler, his let's do the show. And we were never worked into the schedule, even though the player wanted to sit down and do it.
Really?
Yeah. Because it was all pre-booked through the sponsor. They did it based on market size.
So Hendon Hooker this past year.
This is a good one.
He was
with Milton
doing the rounds. Yeah. And he was about to go on Westwood One. And I just sat there talking to him. And I'm like, I don't really have any need to get Hendon Hooker on the show.
Mm-hmm.
But I talked to him for like 10, 15 minutes. I really enjoy it. He seems like a really smart, really nice guy. And then he got picked up by the Titans. And I was like, shit, I should have got him on the show at the Super Bowl. Not that he's ever
I like talking to Joe Milton too.
What's he like?
Very blunt and honest. The first time I met him was the first year of NIL, and I had this roundtable. So we had like a baseball player there. It was for UT donors down in
Oh,
Knoxville.
yeah. Did Clay pay for that?
No, this was not Clay did that, but he did that here in Nashville. This was one in Knoxville.
Okay.
And this was right as Spire Sports was kind of becoming a thing. And he had just arrived from Michigan. And I just asked him, I said, why'd you choose Tennessee? And he goes, because they pay me the most money. I love that answer. I mean, that was and that's when I was just like, man, this is a way different sport now.
Oh, yeah.
But that was jarring then because it was just happening in 2021.
Carson back to the Cardinals at 65.
Yeah. So the mocks today had him at 34 to the Cardinals. Carson Beck and Jeremiah Love.
So now Arizona has Brissett, who wants a new contract.
Brissett, who's disgruntled.
Miss Minshew and Beck. Can I just say, when I saw that Jacoby Brissett wanted a new contract, I don't care about the Cardinals. I don't care about Jacoby Brissett. I don't care about any of that.
Yeah.
But my reaction when I saw that they put out there that Jacoby Brissett wanted a new contract was, fuck you.
Brissett will get a new contract elsewhere.
Like, fuck you. You want Jacoby Brissett? You want a new contract?
Well, it's because he's I don't know, how old is he now? It's got to be. But my point.
I don't care. I'll just play Minshew.
But my point is,
you both suck.
He actually played okay, and then he got hurt. That's going to happen to any quarterback in Arizona. Their offensive line is awful. I don't know about their coach. We'll find out. But their coach wanted the Raiders' job. And
really?
Yeah. The battle was for the Raiders' job.
Kubiak and LaFleur.
And so, you Carson Beck, because how long before Carson Beck starts in Arizona? This is Arizona we're talking about. They won't get this wrong. They won't get that decision
Jacoby
wrong.
Brissett get his ass to training camp or no?
Yeah.
I think Minshew's the best quarterback in the league.
Because Brissett's under contract.
Yes. So they signed Minshew.
Yeah.
Arizona's actually had a pretty good draft. Jeremiah Love, Chase Pasantis, Carson Beck. I just think Carson Beck's a weirdo, so I have a hard time with him.
2 years ago, Carson Beck was the number one projected pick in the draft.
Oh, I know. I remember talking to Chad about that, and I was like, do you think Carson Beck's that good? And Chad was like, no.
He's pretty damn good at Georgia for that year when all the players are around him.
I thought he was really good last year at Miami. I actually thought he was going to go number one because I thought Miami was going to run the table and win the national title.
So,
who is this?
Let's find out.
Got a nice jacket on. TJ Ward.
Little linebacker.
I think he might be too obscure to be doing
He looks way older than what I remember here. Like he's not far removed from the league.
Like, I think Chris Harris, probably good enough to do a pick for the Broncos. DeMarcus Ware, good enough to do a pick for the Broncos.
You got to get those guys there to do it in Pittsburgh.
That's true.
Hey, you want to go to Pittsburgh and announce a pick? We'll trade back 3 times too while we're there.
That's how the players, when they moved the Pro Bowl to Orlando one year, were all like, we're not doing this. Because they were like, it was one thing to go to Hawaii. It was another thing to be going to Orlando.
Yeah, they wanted somewhere they want to take their families. They did. That a lot of the players wanted to have they would fly their families in for a celebration of the season or whatever.
My Texas insider,
Yep,
who I went to preschool with, who now our kids go to preschool together. Our Texas insider says Anthony Hill Jr. has been the best player on the Texas defense for the last 2 years, and it's been one of the best defenses in the country.
Okay.
He said he's a stud. He's a 5-star who was awesome at Texas. It was one of those deals where he left this year as a junior, and you're like, yeah, you need to go. What else do you have to prove? And I bet he fits Robert Saleh's defense perfectly. Sounds like a pretty good pick.
See, the Titans have a head coach, Jared, where if a defensive player joins the team, and especially if it's in the front the first 2 levels, Robert Saleh did not succeed as a head coach. He has always gotten the most out of his depth chart and rosters as a defensive coordinator. I mean, he develops players. He maximizes the ceiling for players that have no business actually being as consistent as maybe you would expect them to be as a second or third guy on the depth chart, which is what we saw in San Francisco. They got deep on the depth chart this year.
So I feel like when it comes to Saleh, I don't know if this is going to work or not, but I do like the approach where they pretty much have said, Saleh, you're the head coach of the defense. Dable, you're the head coach of the offense.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not sure if it's going to work or not because neither of them are personnel guys, and it feels like they have a lot of influence on the players. And I don't know if Cam Ward is ever going to be good enough, but I do like the approach of Dable's the head coach of the offense. You tell me what you need.
Yeah.
Saleh's the head coach of the defense. You tell me what you need. And then Saleh just goes and answers all the questions at the press conference. And I never believed this idea that a lot of people, I think, were throwing out there. This idea that Robert Saleh was like similar to Mike Vrabel.
He was the closest thing to Mike Vrabel.
I don't think he
commands the room.
He's a much nicer guy.
Sure, but I'm just saying there
in
were
both a good way and bad.
There were 2 coaches hired. Maybe 3. 2 coaches hired where before there's even a team meeting, the players know exactly what to expect and what the tone and tenor is. It was the Giants and the Titans.
One person says Mel Kiper said that Crawford, who was just picked, outplayed Keldrick Falk at Auburn. Let me just say this. Tavondre Sweat outplayed Byron Murphy at Texas.
Okay.
Who would you rather have? I'd rather have Byron Murphy. Does he have a side piece too in reference to Saleh? I think Saleh's pretty busy.
He's busy making kids, man.
Yeah, Miss Saleh.
Yeah, 9 kids, right? Is it 9?
Hey, at least he can afford it because
How
one kid.
How
is
exhausting
enough
would
for
that
me.
be? I'm not a parent, so I don't know. Yeah.
I mean,
9 kids.
I have to be kind of careful here because Lindsay said she was watching earlier, so
So, you are being careful.
So I think about it like this, right? Because I do think we're going to have a second kid.
Okay.
And there's
Michael?
a part of me that thinks, man, going from the power play to man,
Okay.
makes me a little nervous.
Okay.
Because right now we're on the power play. There's 2-on-1. But then I also think about it like dogs, where if you get 2 dogs, they play together.
Right.
They're always together, the 2 dogs.
So you're saying the second is easier if you.
Well, yeah, because they have each other to entertain themselves.
Yeah. Based on the age difference, like, because when you're growing up, if you're a senior in high school.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yeah, I have a sister, and she's 6 years younger than me.
Oh, okay.
So we didn't really cross paths in school all that much because she's starting school and I'm going to middle school.
I bet you were just driving her around though. Like as soon as you were 16, it was like, hey, Bella needs to go to dance practice.
I could, but like I grew
Hutton, you're up.
But like Jared, where we grew up, we were just drove. She could just drive anyway.
Really?
2-lane road, like just.
Where'd you grow up?
At McMinnville, Tennessee, Morrison, Tennessee, on a farm. And like if you wanted to go hit the road, I mean, what are they going to do? Pull me over in a 4-wheeler? I mean, again, like it was just kind of. I'm not saying Amy was driving at 8 years old, but yeah, we had my parents and my grandparents that got us around pretty easily.
One person says, 1, you can play zone. 2,
okay.
you go man to man. 3, you were screwed. And 4,
Now how about 9?
after all the time, same.
Now how about 9?
So that's what I think, though, is like, wouldn't you have 9 kids? Don't the older kids probably help take care of the younger kids?
I mean, I guess. I mean, Kevin Byard was more or less raised his brothers and sisters.
I mean, I hope Lindsay's not watching right now because I don't think I've changed Jack's diaper in like 3 weeks.
Good job.
I just kind of let her handle that.
So it's not that hard. You don't need to.
It's not hard at all.
You don't need to. You'll be changing more diapers.
It's not difficult. When he was younger, she just said hi.
Yeah, he's locked in the room down here whenever it's time for the diaper change. That's what
and it's not bad. I mean, you just open the diaper and you just throw it away. I just don't want to do it. So I've been letting her do a lot of that. She's been doing a great job at it. Just a great job.
She won't remember that you said that part.
Don't get me in trouble.
I'm not. You're the one trying to be careful here.
Who is Markel Bell? Is that DT or offensive?
It's offensive tackle.
So that's going to be the Lane Johnson
He's
replacement.
6'9". I mean,
It's a big old boy.
Like Kane and the Undertaker here.
But he's going to go play right tackle to replace Lane Johnson.
Yeah.
And isn't Lane Johnson huge?
I don't know if he's 6'9". At some point, what is too tall for a offensive lineman now?
Probably like 6'11".
Because they moved out of the
That's too
pocket.
tall for Cam Ward because Cam Ward would throw it right in the back of the guy's head.
Yeah, they're all small
but
guys.
Jalen
now.
Hurts is their quarterback. So what's Jalen Hurts? 6'1"?
Yeah, he's small. Yeah. But I mean,
all these sizes are all bullshit, anyways. I remember Kyler Murray checked in at 5'10". This is one of my favorite stories, and I love Mike Keith and Coach Mack. May he rest in peace. And
what'd they say?
So
I'm gonna get some of this food
at the combine. Go for it. Well, I got plates somewhere over there, I think. At the combine, the year that Kyler went number 1, my buddy from Louisville, his table was right next to the Titans radio table, and Kyler checked in at 5'10". Okay. And when Kyler checked in at 5'10", apparently Mike Keith asked Coach Mack, well, he's 5'10". Do you think he's now going to go in the top 10? And my buddy turned to me and he was like, dude, he's going number 1. Like he's 5'10". He's going number 1. And a couple years ago at the Super Bowl, was checking in for my credential. And Kyler was in the line. You know how it's like the airport when you check in for those credentials. And Kyler was getting his credential in the line next to me. And I was looking at Kyler and I'm like, this dude's as tall as me and I'm 5'8". So there's no way he's 5'10", even though that's what he measured out at the combine. I always wondered, can a guy like that grow his hair up and then, like, remember Iman Shumpert, the basketball player, used to have that like flat top? Does that count?
Remember the long hair?
Yeah, with the little thing at the top. Does that count? Or do they measure you to like the top of your scalp?
Immediate.
Well, give me like a yes or no.
Yes, it counts. In basketball.
Then that's what I would do. Didn't Diego Pavia, they said he was 6 foot and he measured it at like 5'7". My buddy texted me and said, I appreciate the shout out as the resident Texas insider.
Love it.
It's like our Texas insider. But he did tell us that Devontae Smith was good.
I think he measured 5'9", actually.
No, Kyler measured 5'10".
No.
Oh, Pavia, 5'9", yeah. One person said it's top of scalp. There's no way Kyler's 5'10". No way. Person said any offensive lineman who is 6'4" or over is too tall for Scam Ward. The person said, I have 4 kids and it is absolutely chaos 18 out of the 24 hours. Daniel, here's my question for people with 4 kids. And I promise you this is not any form of pocket watching. How do you people pay for 4 kids? Like, it's not like we're broke over here. But the idea of paying for 4 kids, I mean, paying for 1 kid is expensive. Like, how do you people pay for 4 kids? Is beyond me.
I don't know how, like, 4 kids who are all playing sports at the same time, too. How do you get them around? How do you keep up, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, they get it done, but props to those who do it.
Romello Height to the 49ers at 70. You know, one of my favorite draft stories was 2021. It was me, Chris Sanders, TD, and Mark Howard.
Okay.
And I had we were at Boomba's in East Nashville. And I had gotten there at like 1 o'clock, and the show was at 2 o'clock. And so it was from 2 to 6. And then TD, Chris, and Mark got there, and we did the second and third rounds.
Yep.
And that was the last year that I did the second and third rounds because I was so tired from 2 o'clock to midnight. No, I did it the next year, and then that was the end.
Yeah,
because
you did a 4-hour show, and then you had the draft.
Right. And I had done it the night before, too, for the first round.
Gotcha.
So the next year, I gave Caroline the honor of taking over for rounds 2 and 3.
Okay.
So it was like the end of the third round, and the Titans had a comp pick that year, which ended up being Elijah Molden. And so I was just delirious at this juncture. And we were all having a good time. And somehow, I don't know what happened, but I got the balls to ask Mark Howard about the PK Blaine Bishop fight.
Oh, how'd that go?
Oh, Mark told me, he said that he felt like that tore the station apart.
Did he say this on the air?
Yeah.
Mark
Mark said that he felt like that was kind of the end of what 1045 had been for so long, was the PK Blaine Bishop fight.
I don't know, man. That was a classic day. I was pissed off that day.
Why?
Because Paul wasn't allowed to do the show.
Oh.
And
so now it's more work for you.
No. But we're planning on a show, and 10 minutes before the show starts, he's not allowed to do the show. And the open to the segment on the Wake Up Zone is there's a hurricane coming through.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever Paul's on the show, Paul showed up and was Paul. And it was great radio, by the way.
Oh, it was great. I
it was great radio.
I heard it live. I was going to the gym, and I remember because I was in a gas station parking lot, and I texted Chad, and I was like, "Are you listening right now?" And Chad was like, "No, but about 80 people have texted me."
Yes. I mean, we were getting just blown up over it, and then so, you know, it was my favorite part of it, though. From what I remember, is a caller is the one who actually jumped in and broke them up.
The caller was like, hey,
guys.
I do remember that.
Oh,
I remember that. That was so wild. And what it really was when Paul told Blaine that he got sensitive and insensitive mixed up. I was like, Blaine's going to kill him.
Yeah.
I'm like, Blaine is going to tackle him as if he were Jerome Bettis.
That's exactly what he's doing to Easton right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Paul, okay, I don't think I've ever told this story on the air. And maybe I have. I've told so many stories on the air, I can't remember what to say.
You've probably told the story on the air.
It's training camp 2019. And Paul comes up to me.
Yeah.
And he's like, he's got a bone to pick. And I can just see it on his face. I'm like, okay.
He's ready.
Which is pretty much like a once in a 3-month thing with Paul and me.
Yep.
So Paul has a just bone to pick with me. And I'm basically like, I'm ready for it too. I'm like, okay, what the fuck's this guy gonna say? He was like, I got prop. I'm like, okay. He's like, you pretend you're skinny. And you are not skinny. I said, I've never claimed to be skinny, Paul. I have never claimed it. He's like, no, the way you post on social media,
About
you
being in the
think
gym.
you're skinny,
Yeah.
and you are not. And I was like, okay, Paul. I was like, Paul, and I was single at the time, but I'm like, Paul, I do pretty well on the market, so I must be doing something right. Paul walked away or whatever, and I felt bad saying that too, because Amy Wells looked at me like, oh, okay, this jackass is over here talking about how he gets girls, because that's why I said.
You think it was that or Paul's calling you fat? That
could have been either one.
Yeah.
And so Paul does that. So it happened. It didn't even bother me. Paul does not bother me. I want everybody to understand that. So that happens. So then I'm standing there with Floyd, and Paul comes up and says to Floyd, he's mad at me because I called him out today. And Floyd looked at Paul like, okay. And I'm like, what? So then Braden comes up to me. And he's on the side talking to me. He's like, I want you to know, Paul does that with everybody. It's not personal. It's not blah, blah. He's like, I just want you to know, it's not a big deal. And I looked at Braden and I was like, Braden, it is not a big deal. I am not mad about it. But if you keep talking to me about it, then I'm going to be mad at you. I wasn't mad, but the more people were talking about it, the more I was like, okay, now I'm starting to get mad. Paul.
No, man, I actually, so for whatever reason, I have Paul and I got along from the jump. Even when I was interning.
Really?
Yeah, because everything was cool. And then Chad wanted to be a part of the show, which I'm glad. He stuck with the zone, and we didn't really know each other that well.
Well, wasn't Chad going to go to 102.5, but they offered him $10 an hour, and he's like, no, I'm good.
Yeah, I don't know how much they offered, but he did talk with them briefly, and was just kind of like, yeah, I'd rather stay at 104.5.
Probably the smartest movie ever made.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a guy named Dagwood maybe that was running it. Does that sound familiar?
Well, Dagwood does the morning show on 102.9. It was probably Troy Hansen at the time.
Oh, okay, that's it. That's that. Yeah. And yeah, he met with him, and then Chad wanted to do more than produce the show, and rightfully so. And Brad Willis got us, the three of us together, and the rest is history. I'm glad things worked out that way. But Paul and Chad didn't know each other that well at all.
Okay.
And so, they had to, because you have to. I think the key is, and doing 4 hours a day live solo is extremely difficult.
It's a lot.
It's extremely difficult. But the key with the show where you've got three is you have to be genuine friends.
Yeah.
I feel like I can listen to a show and I can tell if these dudes hang out or not.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was kind of the elixir to the show, was we actually hung out outside the show, and we could be pissed off at each other in a segment and go to break and start joking around about something. So I say all that. I've seen moments where you and Paul are laughing with each other.
Oh yeah, I like Paul fine.
But I mean, you had every right to be pissed off at
I wasn't mad about it.
I know, but the way it was handled, I don't know what led to it other than your social media posts of you working out. But it's not like you said, I'm the,
thinnest guy in the world.
I'm real thin. Let me run a 40.
Yeah, I'm not posting thirst traps.
This isn't the New York Post leaking your photos.
So, true story about thirst traps, though.
Okay.
So when I was single, it's 2019. I have this on and off girlfriend who, she was the Matt Duchesne of my life, and I was David Poyle.
Wow.
I was obsessed.
You were spitting.
And she really wasn't all that. Matt Duchesne was David Poyle had to have Matt Duchesne for years. Yeah. And then they got Matt Duchesne.
Willing to wait a year. We'll wait till next year to decide him.
And then they got Matt Duchesne, and it was Matt Duchesne, he's fine. He's good, but he's not, whatever. Yeah. So, I went to Jamaica with my family for my cousin's wedding. And we stayed at the Sandals Resort, and my dad just, they paid for all of it, for all, me, my brother, sister, they went.
Yeah.
And we're all in it at this point. I think I was about to turn 30. And so we're not going to stay in rooms together at 40 and 35 and 30 years old. So
unless you're in local radio, and then you'll team up.
That's different. So we stayed at this Sandals Resort, which looked really nice, but it was kind of a shithole. And what I would do is I would take my phone out and I would like take stories of the resort. And then I'd put my phone on the charger and I'd spend the whole day out on the resort. And I'd come back and there were so many women that had replied to my Instagram stories. And they were like, oh my God, that looks so beautiful. It looks so majestical. And I was like,
would love to visit your home.
I was like, that's the guy version of the thirst trap. The girl version of the thirst trap
is working out.
It's that, or it's like bikini shots.
It's the mirror at the gym.
I one time was in Florida. I was just walking the beach. And it was like 6 or 7 in the morning.
Are they doing the draft room in Cincinnati in their cafeteria? Side note, go ahead.
That's what it does look like.
They're that cheap.
It looks like, and they just put up banners that say draft. It's like, hey, this is going to be the TV shot. And we don't even have a 10th pick because we're so cheap we traded that.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just like, of course Cincinnati's in a cafeteria.
No. I didn't remember what I was talking about.
No, we were talking about Jamaica and the thirst trap. Like what the thirst trap is for the girls.
So I'm in Florida. It's like 6 in the morning. And these larger ladies are in the beach on like hands and knees. This one girl is on her hands and knees, butt in the air, 6 o'clock in the morning. And
sand yoga.
And the other woman was like taking pictures from like every angle. I was like, what am I looking at? Some person said, what beach? Riviera Beach. It's actually a pretty nice beach. Singer Island. Oscar Delp from Georgia. Is he any good? Saints took him at 73.
Again, like I think he's like more of like a fullback hybrid guy. I think he's like an H-back dude.
Kelsey says, I just tuned in. What the heck are you guys talking about? Is the draft this shitty? Well, the Titans picked at like 60 and they don't pick for the rest of the night. Someone said, nice area. Thank you.
Paul once went to a gay resort, a naked gay resort.
Wait a minute.
If you remember 180, this week we would have. Oh man, I wish I could remember his name right now. He's a reporter out from California who was really good friends with Paul, and he was in charge of booking the resort for like some getaway, and had no idea it was also like a naked gay resort. So they showed up. And
Paul and this guy?
Yeah. I'll think of his name.
So Paul and another guy went to a naked gay resort.
Yeah.
Like Vrabel and Diana.
Yeah. Yeah. Minus the photos. You know. It's a classic story. When I think of his name, if someone remembers, it was an all-time great classic. We had the guy on. We had the reporter on to tell the story.
One person says Big J journalism. Sounds more like Big D journalism. Did you hear the clip of Diana on Bill Simmons' podcast?
No.
She was her being like, they're going to shove that Vrabel D down your throat and it'll make you forget about Mayo.
Wow. The one where, again, the one about the birthday. Like, how's your birthday going so far? How was your morning to start your birthday in the interview?
Who is that? Carl Banks?
Have we seen this guy come out and make a pick already?
Malachi Fields. He's not bad.
Where's your restroom?
Okay, so you go out, and then
I'm telling you, this is not a closet.
So you go out to the left, and you go into the house.
Yeah.
And there's like a downstairs living room, and then you just go straight.
Am I waking kid up?
What's that? No. He's upstairs.
Right.
And then you just go straight and right to the left.
All right, thank you. I'll be back. I like Malachi Fields. Does he run a 4? Well, we should compare 40 times.
Well, he's in the third round.
I know. We should compare.
Here, I'm going to Google search it right now.
Third round speed versus fourth overall.
Malachi Fields 40 time.
I like those pit jerseys.
4.61.
4.6.
Oof. What's going to happen with Jermon McCoy? I don't know. I do know that the thought was he could have come back to play at Tennessee this past year. He was out for he missed every game,
but he could have played like halfway through the season. I'm saying halfway, give or take a game or two, and just didn't. That's a red flag for me, but also guys skip out on bowl games and all that stuff. And he had the knee injury, so he didn't do very much this offseason. I know you said he was like doing some medicals. I think he like
I think he had a pro day.
Skipped out on a lot of stuff though, like certain drills.
One person says the Titans are going to take him in the 4th. They don't have a 4th round pick.
Oh, they're gonna trade a future first for it.
Oh yeah, that'd be the day.
They need some corners.
Cordell Flott.
No, I'm saying they need more than just 2 corners.
No, for sure. You can never have enough corners.
Yeah. Edge. Everyone needs an edge.
Emmanuel Pregnon is still the best offensive lineman available. All right, we got a commercial break. Dolphins are on the clock. Let's do a little Q&A here in the chat, here on the program. I'll tell you, I appreciate you guys and Hutton for hanging with me with my voice today. Holy crap. So I normally have the chat in front of me on a monitor. I have a big TV, but it's kind of far away, so I can't really see unless I put you up on the screen. Owsley says, I can't believe Chris Bell hasn't been picked out. I like Chris Bell. He went to Louisville. So throw in your questions here in the chat. Oh, this one's nice. Bro, check in tomorrow. We love you. Your audio more worn out than you are. Go chill with the fam and go live when something happens. No, Jordy. We're good here this way. One person said, Jared, did you hear PK today? It was fun. I did not hear Paul Karski. The thing about Paul's podcast is when I put it on in the house, and I like Paul's podcast, but when I put it on, Lindsay gets very bored. And so when I put it on, it's like, Lindsay's going to get mad because it's Paul on the screen and it's just Paul talking to himself, and it's not as interesting as it could be. Jared in Spring Hill, do you believe in Borgonzi? No, I do not. Now, I want everybody to understand something, because I think this is a very loaded question. So when you say, Jared, do you believe in Mike Borgonzi? I do not believe in Mike Borgonzi, but that's because I don't have anything to believe in. And far too many of you people believe in Mike Borgonzi, not because you have something to believe in, but you believe in him because you want to believe in him. So what you do is you say, well, I believe in him. Why? The unvarnished facts about Mike Borgonzi's tenure as general manager of the Titans, and it is incomplete. You asked if I believe in him, not do you think he should be fired, because I don't think he should be fired. But when it comes to believing in Borgonzi, what has he done? Had a whole year last year as a general manager. He drafted quarterback number 1, who was the worst quarterback in the NFL last year as a starting quarterback. They didn't win any more games than they had the year before. And it's not like he took over a 9-win team. He took over a 3-win team, and they won 3 games. And the last 2 kind of fucked him. So, no, I don't believe in him. And I don't like Carnell Tate. And I don't like the fact that he let Brian Dable pick the entire team. Could I be wrong? Maybe. Do I like Mike Borgonzi? Yeah, I like him. I'd say I have a decent relationship with him. But no, I do not believe in him. And I hope I'm wrong, but I don't believe in him. One person said, Stilly and Pauly. We'll see about that. Love the new show, Stillman. Don't miss. Thank you. One person said, where are your seats in the new stadium? I believe, okay, so there's the really, really expensive club, and we're not in that. Then there is a less expensive club, and I think we're in that. So the really, really expensive club, I mean, not that we were going to spend that kind of money on tickets, but, excuse me, not that we were going to spend that kind of money on tickets, but the way that that club was billed was as if it was like steak and lobster and high-end bourbon, and I don't want that at a football game. Like, I don't want to eat steak and lobster at a football game. So, again, there's the rich club, and then there's the not rich club. And we're in the not rich club for tickets at the new stadium. One person said, is the Blaine and PK fight on YouTube? No, that was before YouTube got big, but it still might be on Facebook.
No, I that's a good, man, it might be only on Facebook. That's a good point. That's a good pull. At what point the audio was on YouTube?
The audio was on YouTube?
At what point? I don't know if it's still there.
Of Blaine being like...
No, that somebody had recorded it off the radio. I don't know if it's there or Facebook. It exists. Oh, funny. How was it? Let's see who this pick is first before I get into the story.
Steelers bringing out their towels.
Yeah. Mike McCarthy. So, is Aaron Rodgers going to be back?
They say he is.
It's amazing how he drags that stuff out, man.
He is such a dick about that.
I mean, it's just...
Like, it was okay the first time. Now it's tired.
And what's crazy is he's still worth the wait. You know?
So, I don't know if I can find the audio, but there is a Tennessean story about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I didn't know that there was a Tennessean story about it.
Did what's his face write it?
Nate Rao.
Oh, okay. I thought
Oregon?
No. What?
Oregon?
No. The banner guy.
Oh, Jason
Wolf, yeah.
Drew Aller.
I had no idea about this. But like quarterback wise, he's not the starter, but
if the cartel had your family.
If the what?
If the cartel had your family.
Okay.
And you had to win this game or else they would execute them. Would
Okay.
you rather have Drew Aller be your quarterback or Will Howard be your quarterback?
Will Howard.
I would too. So why are you picking Drew Aller?
Because he looks the part. I don't know, man. Like,
I kept watching these Penn State games when they were like, if Drew Aller comes out, he's a first round pick. He never did shit.
He is, when he was a freshman, like he was at his best. His best game at Penn State was his first game as a Penn State starter.
Seriously?
That's his career best game. I was talking with Christian Hackenberg about him. And he's like, the issue is, number one, he was getting banged up. But number two is like his best play was early, and then nothing ever was consistent. It was always tailing off. I do remember talking with J-Rob about him, though. That same freshman year, they were really, I say they, not the Titans, just the general managers talking, really liked his trajectory. And then it went the opposite way. But for his career to go the way it did, and never really, they brought in a brand new offensive coordinator from Kansas for him, right?
Oh yeah, they brought in an entire team of superstars for
him, and for him to end up as a third-round pick is pretty remarkable, given everything. He's coming off injury, you know, but he had all the NIL commercials. The draft, was it DraftKings? What was it?
Yeah, no, it was a Ford truck.
I mean, that's. Whatever. But yeah, give me Will Howard for a game. What a game.
Belvis says you only like Mark Dominic. He's the only general manager that would have made you happy. No, I like Thomas Dimitroff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody likes Jared. You haven't hidden from the fact that, I mean, they've been on your show. Like they were on your show over 102.5 before, or the Super Bowl.
Who?
These GMs you're talking about.
Dominic and Dimitroff.
Yeah.
I'm saying like I like them.
Yeah. The guys that'll talk to you are cool. Like. The one thing about the general managers, though, is I think most of them are always first-time general managers.
Yeah, they need to start recycling guys who are fucked up.
They come in and they acquiesce to the coach too often. I think J-Rob probably did that with Vrabel some. He acquiesced too much to Vrabel in certain circumstances. But also...
you mean like Isaiah Wilson?
Well, I'm not saying that a bad pick is one guy or the other. My point is, like, sometimes you don't go with your gut, you go with what the coach wants.
Word on the street that I heard from somebody who was in the front office.
Yeah.
They didn't say it was Vrabel and Arthur Smith that wanted Isaiah Wilson, but they kind of hinted at it with me.
Dude, what's his face? Who was the O-line coach at Georgia that year? Just straight up lied about the guy's character.
Sam Pittman.
Yeah, just straight up lied about the guy's character. Now, I have a theory on Isaiah Wilson. I think the guy smoked something that was laced and lost his damn mind.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I don't. How do you fool someone? It was COVID, but everyone went through the same issues as in a scouting. How do you fool someone where he played 4 snaps?
Yeah, and plus
He played
it
4
wasn't
snaps.
like he was off teams' boards either.
No, I mean, but he gets pancaked on an extra point.
He got pancaked on the extra point.
Yes,
one of his 4 snaps.
Vrabel put him in as like punishment, forced him to go in for an extra point, and he got pancaked. Flat on his ass.
So my buddy was the long snapper that year.
Yeah.
And he told me he came to the team in the middle of the year because if you remember, Bo Brinkley was the snapper forever and then just forgot how to snap.
Yeah.
And he got Brett Kern's wrist broken, which cost him the Colts game because they had Trevor Daniel punting.
Yeah.
And so Matt Overton became the long snapper. And Matt Overton told me that Isaiah Wilson sat in front of him or behind him on one of the planes and like came up to him and was like, "Hey, man, my name is Panda."
Yeah.
And he was like,
I know.
"Okay." At this point, like Matt Overton's like a 38-year-old grown man with kids. And this guy comes and like, "My name is Panda."
But like the Tennessee Titans had a first-round pick that year, and then all of a sudden didn't even want him in the locker room with the veteran offensive lineman to help mentor him. They said, GTFO. They didn't want the offensive lineman trying to help the guy along. They just sent him packing.
Because the coaching staff hated him so much?
No, I think he totally just lost his damn mind.
Hey, I asked Vrabel if he was a good kid when he got that DUI for doing those donuts, and Vrabel said he was a good kid.
Yeah, well, yeah, they all remember the jolly laugh comment? He's got such a jolly laugh. That was one of the press conference references that night.
Okay, so I found the audio, but I can't get it to come up on my phone of PK and Blaine fighting.
I'm telling you, it is it's the holy grail of audio. It's hard to find.
So I have the link right here in front of me, but every time I click it, it tells me to download Facebook. But I have Facebook on my phone. It should just open Facebook.
It's now a virus. What was it like being the officiant of the wedding? I have also officiated a wedding. I did last year.
It was a lot of fun. I
enjoyed it too.
So the one thing, and this is just like me being kind of a perfectionist, I guess. So I was supposed to wear a lavalier mic. And so I was going to just, have my little sheets or whatever. But then the wind was blowing up on the cliff so much.
So you're outside. I was outside too. I can relate to this.
And I decided to do the handheld mic. So then I've got the papers in my hand. I'm like trying to turn the page.
Yeah.
And so that was a little tough. But other than that, it was good.
Did you have, so I went with the 3-ring binder on purpose for this.
I should have done that. I thought about it. I was out of Staples the day before and thought about it.
And I laminated my sheets because there was a chance of rain, and it rained. And there were some on the fly. So that there were, religious elements of the wedding ceremony. And I wanted to make sure that Hannah, my cousin, she was able to get everything in the wedding that she wanted, but it was about to rain. And then all of a sudden it starts raining. She's in, her wedding dress. And I'm thinking, I'm no pastor. So it's like, I just, what do I do? Do I skip part of the, so I looked at her and gave her a nod during the ceremony. And on the fly, I told her right after the kids, they're about to walk out, I said, I'm going to work the other stuff into the party, after party. And so I, as part of a toast, I worked in the message or whatever she wanted to have read. I don't know. It was a weird feeling. It was my first and probably only time I'll ever do it. But did you do the, here's McAfee again. Look at this guy. I went and did the deal with the city where you get what's it called? The notary.
Oh yeah.
I just became a notary so I could do it.
All I had to do, Caroline sent me a link. I clicked like 3 boxes, and it was like, here you go.
I don't know. Well, part of me wanted to become an ordained minister and come up with my own deal, and just for $25, you get the certificate,
The whole thing.
Yeah. But I figured I'd go about it the right way. Plus, now if anyone needs anything notarized, I got you.
I feel like McAfee, if he just wanted to take his pants off right now and like flash his ass to the entire crowd, the NFL and ESPN would be like, "Ha ha, that's a good one, Pat."
He's just up. So at WrestleMania, he was a heel. He was a shit talker. He turned on the fans. I think he's doing that here. I don't know. Can you hear him right now?
Well, you remember he's from Pittsburgh.
No, but he's doing something.
AJ Halsey, the safety out of LSU.
LSU.
I think a lot of people thought he was going to be like a mid-second round pick.
I mean, I'll go back to what Coach Mack was saying a few months ago. These guys are pretty much the same dudes. We're now outside of that range now.
Oh, yeah.
But like second round pick, third round pick in this draft seems to be the same type of guy. And again, if you hit on these guys, you get a starter here. You're doing some good scouting in this draft.
Did you know that Coach Mack was sick? Did people know that?
Yeah, I did.
I had no idea. I wasn't very close with Mac. I mean, I had a good relationship with him, but I wasn't close with him.
So
when I saw that he died,
we were
crushed.
On behalf of the family. We kept it quiet, and you can imagine this. He was in the hospital for about 7 weeks.
But he sounded like himself last year, calling the games.
Yeah. So what happened was So I knew something was he wasn't feeling right because he canceled his combine trip 5 days before the combine. Mac did.
Right.
That is his Christmas day.
Oh, he loves combine.
And he went ahead and told everybody, I'm not going to the combine. He was feeling that awful. And he just didn't have energy. And I don't know exactly what caused it, but dehydration is part of it. Kidney failure. And that put him in ICU. He's on his way to rehab. He's going to, the prognosis was he's going to have dialysis 3 days a week, and everything was looking okay.
What exactly is dialysis? That's where they
clean
do
your
kidneys for you.
Yep. He's going to do that 3 days a week.
Zachariah Branch to the Falcons.
Has he also been pulled over for?
Oh, he was pulled over like last week.
Yeah. I mean, I can say that for anybody in Georgia. What is it about? Real quick on Mac though.
Yeah.
So he got sick. Then he got what we thought was pneumonia, and that put him back in ICU. And that's where, the privacy part came in, because there would have been a line outside the hospital.
For him. Mac, yeah.
And there was the lobby was packed with people every day. One quick story. He was always really cold in the hospital room, so I ordered him a electric blanket and snuck it in. And you would have thought that was $1 million to him.
To Mac?
Yeah, he loved it. And so the nurses were nice enough to let him keep it, but technically I don't think he's allowed to have that. Just for all the other stuff that's in that room. But he had the electric blanket. That was one of and then it was cool. I'll show you some of the photos. Everybody sent photos in, and we were printing photos off of him from like college. He's just jacked, like he looks like he's a WWE wrestler, and we put those on the walls for him, and he loved that too. Did
his family know like he was gonna pass? Or do they think he was going to come out of this?
Well, you said like, did we know he was sick? Yes. Like, it just went downhill. It's so sad how fast it happened, man. It's like, yeah, I listened to a voicemail he sent me today. You know how it feels with Floyd. Mac was my best friend. Like, I talked to that dude every day. We had we would host Mac Hut dinners together. We tried to do it once a month. But and we would invite friends, but it was a a Green Beret and two of his buddies that would always come out to these dinners with us. Shout out Craig Nance and Aaron Bell. And so one thing that I'm going to cherish is at these dinners, we had a book. We had the Mac Hut Corporation book or whatever we called it. And everybody, if you came to the dinner, you got one page to write something about that night that you were going to take away. It could be literally any story you wanted to. It could be a moment. It could be, an F-bomb, whatever. And it was just cool how everyone had a different takeaway about whatever Mac was talking about that night. Like Chicago Bears head coach for 6 hours, didn't know it for 3. That's a classic. But like it's so many different, just the dude lived a legit life.
Oh, Mac was an old football guy through and through.
But
I loved Mac. He
had, it's a gift.
He jumped my ass all the time.
But he did it in a way that wasn't Paul calling you fat.
No.
Right.
Here's how he jumped my ass. Okay. I would never know, like if I had pissed Mac off or not, because he's always the same pretty much every day.
Yeah, he was.
But if I walked out there and I heard Jared Stillman,
yeah.
I'm like, oh fuck. Like, what's up, coach? Jared Stillman, I heard you today. You made one of the dumbest points I've ever heard. And then we'd laugh about it.
Look at Dave McGinnis.
Oh my
college.
God. Coach Mac.
It's so funny that there's plenty of them, but yeah, he was he's quite the dude. It's right up your alley. He's got a shirt on that says Doobies.
That's that Dave McGinnis.
Coach Mac, man. So yeah, like I'm sure that there will be a memorial and things like that, but it's been really cool to hear everybody's outpouring of memories and the stories. I'd heard plenty of stories. I hadn't heard all of them.
He used to be Jared Stillman. I'm like,
Oh, and I don't think he'll mind me sharing this. It was a great, funny bit. So Steve Watterson, former strength and conditioning.
Yeah.
He's known for being the big prankster, right? He shows up to the hospital in full doctor like gear, like scrubs, has a mask on, and he has one of the nurses play along, and she goes in and tells Mac, hey, before you get to rehab, your proctologist is here, and he's here for the rectal exam. And it's Watterson, and Watterson comes in, and he's like, assume the position, please. And Mac's like, that's not on my schedule today. He's arguing with it. Classic Watterson moment.
Jackson with a defensive tackle from Texas A&M. I guarantee you that if Mac heard us talking about him on night 2 of the draft, he'd be like, y'all don't need to waste that time on me. Y'all need to get back to the game.
Yeah, he wants to break down Albert Regis. He would do it in his. So he had these notepads, like a old school like college rule binder, right? He hand wrote his draft notes for all these players, over 150 players per year. He kept all of them. I don't know where they are, but it would look like an old like you're studying for an exam type thing, just stacked up, handwritten. And he would be, if we were doing draft night right now, he would be flipping to the page with Albert Regis and just reading straight from his notes.
I remember we were at the combine, and it was the year that the AAF. Remember they had that spring football league. It got great ratings for 2 weeks, and then
that's whoa.
They ran out of money.
Before it was the U.S. Before, yeah. The
AAF, and I think Fisher was coaching a team in it.
It was the USFL.
Fisher's coach team.
Yeah, because Mac and I went down to Birmingham where they were playing all the games. Fisher was head coach of the Michigan team. Michigan, whatever.
He sat there. He was talking to Floyd about, Floyd, this is real football, man. Like, this is, I thought it was going to be bullshit too. I went down there. It's real football, man. It's, just crazy.
Well, it felt like arena football in a way because these dudes are just running around like banshees, hitting each other like helmet to helmet. Because they're begging for a look. They want to get noticed.
Listen to this game of telephone.
Go ahead.
So one of my Vrabel Rossini takes ended up in Us Weekly.
Okay.
And I don't even think it ended up in
Wow.
the magazine. I think it just ended up on the website. I don't know.
I love how your report or whatever is probably next to like a Lauren Conrad in the Hills thing,
Yeah.
which is cool.
So it ended up either in Us Weekly or on Us Weekly's website. I don't know. Definitely on the website. Don't know if it ended up in the magazine. I don't get the magazine, so I don't want.
Yeah.
So my brother just texted me, and he goes, "You were on the cover of Us Weekly?" No, I was not on the cover of Us Weekly.
It's
Which
amazing.
means my mom must have interpreted the fact that Us Weekly picked up my take and told him that I was on the cover of Us Weekly. That would be some shit.
Oh my God. That is ultimate telephone game.
One person said Stillman is piss drunk. Not true.
No.
Not true at all.
Oh, well, is that tongue in cheek for some take that you have on the draft?
No. I think they probably just hear my voice and they think that I'm like slurring my speech because I woke up this morning and I was like, I can't talk. And it's day 2 of the draft.
So have you considered, I have tried to do this and I can't do it. I tried. I don't know how to do it. To get insurance on your voice. Have you thought about this?
I haven't done it, no.
But just because like if I lost my voice, I don't know what I go work on the farm. But like no, I've called and no one give me some suggestions. No one will give me a price on it. I don't know. I'm not saying I want to pay premium dollar. Just like
I mean, my insurance for me, the thing that I care about is I've got that like really strong umbrella policy because I am so afraid of saying the wrong thing and get sued. So if I get sued for like $1 million, then I pay like a
see that I've never thought about that
$8,000 deductible.
Are you enjoying doing your own thing?
Yes. So Lindsay and I were talking about this the other day. So at first, I didn't really know what to think because radio and 102.5 was really all I knew. I mean, I spent 2 years in Louisville. I spent a year in New Hampshire. And I spent 10 years at 102.5. And so I kind of felt like 102.5 was really all I knew. Yeah. But I knew that there was more out there. I had done some stuff. I've been on Sirius XM for 3 years at the time. I didn't know what was going to happen.
Well, and you know what, though? I think when you and I we grabbed drinks or something and talked about this, you jumped right back into it fast. And I think that benefited you.
Well, this is where I kind of feel like,
by the way, 5 receivers drafted last 11 picks.
This is a run, yeah.
Are they putting this up there for another receiver?
For Chris Bell from Louisville?
Has Brazel gone yet? Did I miss this?
No, Brazel hasn't gone yet. Neither is Jermod McCoy.
Of course, they go defensive tackle.
Dominique Orange, a nose tackle.
Orange. Sorry, go ahead, man.
Well, no. So, I mean, I had been negotiating a contract for a year, and I thought I had a good relationship with the station. I mean, I don't know. And so when it ended and it was like, well, we want to get our new lineup out here and we want to, with football season starting, I'm like, oh, well, kind of fucked me. Like football season starts in a month. And so I had some talks with different people or whatever. Braden and I had actually talked in the past about me working with Braden. About doing a pod.
Yeah.
Braden had been like, podcasting's the future. And I knew he was right, but I just was kind of whatever.
Well, okay, here's in this. I think anybody in radio would understand where I'm coming from. This is a little in the weeds, but for a long time, radio was 10 years away from being 10 years away.
Yeah,
and so like I felt like it took a while to figure out how to sell digital.
Yeah,
and how to monetize it. So it was always worry about being on the radio, not about being on socials, right? And so it was brand new for you, even though the podcasting angle had been going on for a while.
So
we face the same thing.
Where I feel like 102.5 really fucked up was in 2021 when we decided to go digital and the Zone decided to go digital.
That's when we left.
And you left and went fully digital.
But because they tried to say we couldn't immediately start because of a non-compete, and we just said, well, YouTube is different. It is
Chris Brazel to the Panthers.
Okay. I like him.
That's a good fit because McMillan can't run, so he can run.
He gets a knock for being lazy. He's told to be lazy on some plays. They're told to take plays off, go 50% if the ball's not coming to you. And sometimes it looks like he's just jogging, And Heupel has told his receivers to do that. If it's not going to your side of the field, just get out of the play. Now, I guess that's to save, some of the energy for the fourth quarter and the speed offense. Anyway, I wish more people understood that that's part of their offense. It made them look bad. So, no, the whole argument was
Brazel to me could either be a star or he could be a total bust.
I like him. He's got nice the size. We like guys who score touchdowns, right?
First in the SEC.
Yep. Okay, so the non-compete thing. We said it was measured different,
right?
And it is. And so right after that, webcams went up in the studio.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
For us, we had been talking about going digital for a while, and then we didn't. And that was part of the reason why we hired Caroline, was because Caroline had been doing digital at ESPN. It wasn't really my lane. Like, I was more focused on just doing a show every day.
Well, you're judged based on your radio ratings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what we should have done as a station is, at that point in 2021, we should have invested fully in digital.
But no one knew how to do that, is what I'm saying.
We should have said, hey, we still have the radio.
Right.
It's still important, still sell the radio, but we should have been all in. We should have gotten nice equipment, nice computers, nice whatever. We should have made a $20,000 commitment, maybe a $40,000 commitment right there. And I think we might have made like a $400 commitment.
Well, but I guess, like, I would also say this from the market at the time. No one knew how to buy digital on radio.
Yeah.
Like, how do you rate it? What are you charging? What's a click worth versus what a percentage or a point is worth from Nielsen or Arbitron? Like, we were stuck in that cycle because radio didn't want to sell digital for fear of not listening to the radio. But actually, for the longest time, Jared, we were not podcasting our full show after our show.
Oh, that used to drive me nuts that you guys wouldn't do that.
Well, we weren't allowed to because
I was afraid it would hurt the ratings.
They wanted people to listen live. And in fact, whenever we actually started posting the full show, it benefited the ratings. People wanted to hear the Lene Kakua game live. Like,
I do miss that.
So, like, that's that. It was a billboard. Anyway. More people are around it now, and you jumped right into it, and it's really, you picked right up on your show.
Well, the way I looked at it was, I was like, Caroline actually said this to me when I left the station. She was like, you may feel like your identity is in the station, but the truth is that the station's identity is you. And I was like, I think there's probably something to that. So I was like, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. And I wanted to leave open the possibility of, I didn't want to sign like a 3-year contract somewhere. And so that's what's great about Braden, is that we've got a great distribution deal. And I told Braden, like, I'm not looking to jump to something new or something. I'm trying to get into this. But I felt like there was kind of a ceiling, at 102.5. Whereas now, like, this Vrabel Rossini thing takes off and I can just beat it to death and get these huge numbers. And it's great.
Where it really benefits is you can go live whenever you want to if there's news.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't have to just grind out 4 hours a day. So all these Vrabel podcasts that I've done this week, they're getting huge numbers. And like, this will get good numbers. And the way I look at it is, I'm like, okay. And then in July, that's going to be a day that I'm not doing a show and I'm just going to go do whatever I want to do.
Right. Yeah.
And the thing that I was waiting for the station to make me an offer. I had asked for way more money than I knew that they weren't going to pay it.
Yeah. But the negotiation game.
Yeah. My expectation is they'd come somewhere in the middle and we'd figure something else out.
Yeah.
And the day that they basically said they weren't going to do that, for me, who is this old? Is this Gene Deckerhoff, the play-by-play guy? This guy did not play football. This guy is old as hell.
It is. Good call.
Yes.
Voice of the Florida State Seminoles, too.
I know.
That's an amazing gig doing both.
Yeah, but that's going to be a lot of work. Because you play North Carolina, and then you got to fly the next morning for a noon kick. And
is this his final year coming up or something?
No, he retired.
Oh, okay.
So last year was his last year.
Okay. What a voice, man. The classic voices of teams.
So the day that it all went down, I mean, I didn't know what to expect, how I was going to feel. I kind of felt relieved because I was like, well, at least all that,
what
is
happened
over.
Were we at a practice that day? Titans?
I don't know.
OTA or something? I don't know.
It was during training camp.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I would just be numb to it. I would.
I was actually kind of Ted Hurst, he's fast.
Oh, okay. First team all Sun Belt. We've always got the first team all whatever.
Hey, this guy, 6 touchdowns, 1,000 yards,
1,000 yards
catches
receiving
in the Sun Belt. Let me say this, though.
Yeah.
When Louisville played Florida International my senior year, Florida Internationals beat the shit out of us. And I remember being like, we suck. We lost to Florida International. We stink. They had this one guy, and he just ran up and down the field. The way that Ted Hurst is running this ball in the end zone right now. No, it was T.Y. Hilton.
Okay.
He just ate us up.
And that guy will never be at FIU again.
No.
He's going to Georgia when he gets good, kind of thing.
Then again, Ted Hurst he stayed at Georgia State. He just went in the 3rd round.
See, yeah, that's a good point. I respect the dudes that stay. Like Ty Simpson gets knocked for backing up. What's his face? Seattle.
I feel like when I learned that there's always going to be a knock on somebody is when they said that Marcus Mariota's big red flag was that he didn't have any red flags. And I was like, okay, it's bullshit.
No, I'm saying though, like there was he couldn't beat out Jalen Milroe. Is the knock?
Well, Jalen Milroe does kind of suck.
Well, but Ty Simpson could have transferred and instead didn't. I respect that in today's college football. A 5-star quarterback who stays where he's committed to.
Why doesn't OutKick do shows like this?
We don't go live. We just do our show from the studio.
I enjoy going live so much more. Like just the ability just to go just when I want to. And
well, so like Chad and I don't have, and I'm not, you mentioned like showing up to the Super Bowl and having everything set up. We have that benefit. Like you were on the show today.
Yep.
We showed up, sat down. So like,
I just got up and left. It was great.
I know, but I'm saying like, we could do this from the home studio. The thing that makes this fun is like being in the same room, hanging out. I think being on Zoom sucks. I hate not one person. I'm saying if you're having a conversation with somebody.
Yeah.
So, the one person reaction stuff we do, but if we don't go live, we tape it, send it, post it.
So Caroline and I, when we were doing Sirius together this summer and she still lived here, she would just come over.
Yeah.
And we would just
it makes the show better. It makes the show better. Because you can have a conversation instead of like a take, and like a game of ping pong or something.
One person said, Skip Bayless hates the Tate pick. Damn, we lit, boys. Skip is wrong a lot. People need to stop doing that. People are like, oh, yeah, this person's always wrong, so that's good. I'm like, that's not really how it works.
Man, there's a lot of people that are wrong on the draft.
The Chase and Big Joe show just blows as a show. Robbie, Joe, and DVD are keeping things afloat.
I like all those dudes, though, man.
Well, that's what they said. I didn't say that.
Oh.
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I didn't say it.
That's fair. You read it.
I read it. Yeah, I didn't say it. I'm not saying again.
Now, what? We're just shooting shit here. I miss the back and forth with everyone arguing against you. From based on what you would say on the show, that's the fun rapport. Like being able to take a phone call, which you didn't do very much of. But I'm saying like Robbie and Retro taking a phone call. Did you hear what Jared said yesterday? And then hearing their reaction to it, calling you an idiot. That makes it more of like the friend, what we talk about at the bar, right?
So I think that one thing that they maybe underestimated a little bit, and maybe I'm smelling my own farts, I don't know.
Probably.
One thing I feel like maybe they underestimated a little bit was just how much I felt like I programmed that entire station.
Well,
And I mean, I programmed it by like Jared had a take, and then everybody spent the next day reacting to Jared's take.
Yeah, but here's the thing, man. I enjoyed Wednesdays where Paul would come in and try to rip your ass.
Oh yeah,
and you would listen to that show. You listened to more radio and clip more crap. I don't know how you kept up with all this.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, to be
you knew
completely
what
fair,
everything had been said.
So that's what I don't miss. Okay,
I don't blame you.
There's a certain level of anxiety that came with filling 4 hours solo a day.
Yeah.
So I always was listening to something, or I always was doing something.
Yeah.
I was always trying to think of like the next topic.
Yep.
And today I was driving, listening to 104.5, and they had on the Carnell Tate and Keldrick Falk press conferences. And just like 3 or 4 questions. And these guys never say anything now. It's like,
I know.
Did you feel like you were going to be a Titan? I met with them, but I didn't really know that I was going to be a Titan, So when my phone rang, I was kind of surprised, but I'm happy to be here now.
Yep.
Like, oh, what do you know about Nashville too much? And what do you? And I'm like, I don't need to listen to this anymore. I just stopped listening to it. Whereas last year, having to fill 4 hours, I probably would have had to listen to that and then not cut anything from it because, and that's just so much. So I was, that's kind of where the whole, that's just to me where the whole like contract thing kind of came up was if I'm going to grind doing these 4 hours every day by myself, like I need to be paid to justify how hard I was working.
Yeah.
And,
well, so, but I started all this by saying, are you enjoying it? So you like, is it like light years better than what you expected this soon? Or is it about, because I wouldn't know where the expectation should be set. So initially,
I don't want to give the game away because I feel like it's a scam. Well, I feel like it's a scam.
But you don't have to give the game away.
People spend more money advertising nowadays on digital than they do on radio.
But that's my point. Radio didn't. But a lot of these companies now are the same company. They've just moved to digital.
Yeah. Oh,
so
sure.
But they figured out how to sell it. And they're okay with the fact that you may not listen live because I mean, what Cumulus is suing Nielsen, right?
I haven't kept up with that.
I don't think. I think that's still the point being.
Did you see Sirius XM and iHeart My Merch?
No, I didn't see that.
That apparently came out today.
Man, for what they're paying Stern, I've never understood how Sirius turns the profit they do for what they pay Stern. Like is it still $90 million?
No, I think he took a pay cut.
Did he really?
I think so. But
that's why they're merging then. But I'm saying like, but
I don't know that either. By the way.
Okay, that's great.
I mean, Don Martin, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So Don said to me,
"Great dude
at Super Bowl,
maybe the best dressed person day to day that I've ever met."
He just walks like a.
I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he said to me at the Super Bowl, he's like, it's not, he's like, radio, it's bad when the radio people are saying radio's dying.
Well, hang on. Sports radio, though, is live. Like you want to react in real time or preview in real time with your fellow fans about your team. You can't do that on a podcast.
No,
you can do that live. It's different. It's like trying to fix. We don't want the picks tipped, right? Like so, we're all watching live instead of like accidentally finding out what the score of a game is or whatever. That's to me, that's the sports radio is protected because of that. Just like to
an extent, but I think
it's DVR proof too on TV.
But I think that the live events, yes.
But live radio shows.
But I think that's starting to die, and I'll explain why. Because it used to be a lot harder to record a podcast and then to upload it and everything else.
Right.
And now, I go live right after the Titans games are over, and I feel like I have the same effect now as I did when I was on the radio.
Yeah, but I'm saying, and I know anybody can do it, but the average person, if you start a podcast, doesn't make it past episode 10. They quit.
Right. Yeah. Like, I guess I'm a little different because I had a 10-year head start.
Well, building we know the game. We know the the mechanism of preparing and doing it,
Sure.
I think a lot of people think it's cool. Just sit down and talk sports. Okay. Go ahead and like hosting for 4 hours, talk 5 minutes.
This is going to sound,
and then go and then do another hour and another hour. And do that every single day.
This is going to sound so conceited, and I promise you it's not. I can't tell you how many mothers of like 6-year-olds would say to me, "Oh my God, my son would love to do what you do when I was on the radio. My son would love to do what you do. He loves sports."
Yeah.
And I'd hear that, and I'm like, okay, well, I like music, but I don't sit there and think, you know what? I think I could be Jason Aldean. My question is, does your son have talent? Because that's what matters. Although, I will say, in the actual radio portion of it, I don't feel like the talent matters as much anymore.
Well, I do. But there's Pregnon to Jacksonville.
Fuck!
Right on cue.
Fuck!
There were the 4 Jags fans.
Oh.
3:15.
He's a left guard, okay.
But to your point, man.
When I see these big guys in Oregon like this,
I know.
I think to myself, like, Will Stein is a little dude.
Yeah.
And I think to myself, Will Stein getting up in one of these guys' assholes. I'm just like, I can't see it.
A lot of these coaches, Mike McDaniel getting pissed off in front of the room.
Yeah, but Mike McDaniel's a little bitch.
Well, but he's still the head coach. Like, he's still leading the locker room in some directions,
I watched the Hard Knocks.
I don't know how some of these dudes interview well.
Some of them don't.
Well, but they interview well enough to get hired. Like, there's plenty of examples, but like some of the worst coaches, the worst public speakers somehow interview well. Somehow. That's always like, I understand how Vrabel can sit down and interview well, even though he had the 30th ranked defense or whatever.
Read that. I'm not going to read it on the air, but.
And an intern.
That is.
Dude, I don't understand the algorithm of. This is why are you talking
Ricky
about?
Saying, why are you talking to moms of 6-year-olds? I don't know, because I have a kid at daycare. Rick.
Is that also the age of Rossini's?
Yeah, right.
Xavier Thomas.
Draft Liam Cohen at 88. What? I don't know what that means. Still Billy's all day. You the man, Josh. Is this being filmed at Hutton's palatial apartment? No. This is the Stillman and Company Studios. This is the part that people don't see at the Stillman and Company Studios. You've been to the 1025 studios, right?
No, I have not.
You've never been there?
Nope. I've never been.
That place is such a shithole that once we started doing shows from home at COVID, I was like, I'm never going back because it looks better on TV at my house than it does in the studio. And the studio's all the way out by the airport. And here, like, the midday show would end, they'd all get up and leave, and then I'd have like 3 minutes to get in, and it would just be such a clusterfuck. And I was like, And then when we bought this house, my house was more of a bachelor house. It was a very tall, skinny house out in Green Hills, had a pool, but it had a lot of steps and stuff, and I didn't want. So I wanted more of a ranch style house, which this is. And we've got a big backyard, which I like. The dogs can go run around. Jack can go play out there. So when we were looking at a house and I saw this house and I saw this room, I was like, oh my God, I could make this room into, a real.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like you can really do more production here if you wanted to.
Oh yeah. Well, the other thing too was Lindsay and I talked about it, about when we put the acoustic paneling up on the wall over there.
Yeah.
Because that wasn't cheap. Now, what we did was we waited for the Black Friday sale on Amazon, bought it on Amazon, and then had it cut down. I measured all of that, all the square footage in here for the hardwood laminate, and I picked that stuff out. We talked about, do we think that this will improve the resale value of our house? And she was like, well, who needs a radio studio in the middle of their house? And I said, how many $1 million songwriters?
Musicians.
would say, "Oh my God, this will be great to be able to record away from my kids at my house."
Yeah.
Out and
Funny story. Walk. I Ubered here, so I get dropped off, and I start walking down the driveway because I'm following your instructions on how to get in, and it just hits me. I hope this is the right house.
Oh,
Otherwise,
you'd be
I'm
walking to somebody
through
else's
random
garage.
and so I'm trying to hear you, and it's going back to this studio. It's almost soundproof right outside. Right outside the door, you can hear.
Yeah,
but I'm walking through, going, "Am I in the right home?" Like I didn't know.
you were like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, like can you imagine if someone, I'm walking to someone's home?
Well, it also probably looked like a grown-up's home, and you probably didn't think that I lived in a home like a grown-up.
Yeah, well, it's a badass home.
Well, so here's where we got. This is an old house, and this, by the way, is also our tornado room.
Yeah.
So that if there's no windows in here or anything.
This is your safe place.
One time I was on XM and there was a tornado warning, and Jack was 4 months old at the time. Lindsay, Jack, and the dogs came down here. And I was like, I told the producers at Sirius, I go, if you hear my son at any point, just let me know. And I'm just going to tell him, hey, there is a tornado coming through here, and my 4-month-old and 2 dogs are down here.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. Which actually is why that little pack and play thing is here.
How could they
for the last time
not understand that?
Well, I figured they would, and Sirius was cool with it. I talked to them all day about, hey, you may have to get somebody else in here because there may be a tornado. But this room is like my.
Yeah, this is your sacred space.
This is like my room.
This is your shrine.
And that machine over there, it's a total, but it's not. It's expedience, and it's just digital weights. So you can just put in like 50-pound dumbbell, 52-pound dumbbell, 50 whatever. You can do bench exercises. There's an AI trainer, so you can put in.
There's Stillman acting like
Kaharski will be all mad about it, but it's great. So I don't have to drive to the gym, and I don't have to.
Yeah, man. You mentioned tornado. Coach Mac's story. The tornadoes that hit right before COVID.
Yep.
I called him up that night and I said, dude, there is a tornado that's about to hit you dead on. And
Mac lived in North Nashville?
East Nashville. And
really?
Yeah, East Nashville. And it totally destroyed the home next door to him. His house was unscathed. He gave all of his furniture to the woman and her kids out of his home, and had them he had 2 extra bedrooms. Gave TVs, whatever, to his family. And recently, going back into the home, get some mail and stuff that he may need. He had never replaced his furniture.
Really?
Yeah, he had what he needed, but he gave away what he never used and just never replaced it. And it's kind of remarkable. I would expect him to have a brand new couch and all that. He just had his chair, and he had his, because he was never, he didn't spend much time at home. But yeah,
Mac was married, right?
He divorced.
Okay, so he lived by himself.
Yep. And gave away all of his furniture. He had what he needed.
One person says the jerseys are sick. I have a 1992 baseball signed by the whole team.
Like these, man. It's a good look.
Well, I told you again, somebody bought me the Chipper Jones jersey. I was like, what the hell am I going to do with one Chipper Jones jersey? And the crazy thing is, the jerseys, the Chipper was given to me. The Bobby Cox and the Steve Avery I bought, those were not expensive. You want to know what was expensive? Getting them framed.
Yeah.
That.
Matt Millen.
Don't even get me started.
Well, I agree with you on this too, on the framing stuff. Getting a Hatch Show print framed is a bitch. Because you can't go get that size at, No,
it's got to be a custom frame job.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of, I love this Sounds logo.
I love it. The Sounds jerseys, the Sounds logos. I love it.
I love the fact that they do the Brewskis jerseys in honor of the Brewers.
Jared in Spring Hill says, are you going to break down Borgonzi's interview on the recent pick? So I guess Borgonzi's talked. Here's the problem, though.
You can't play it.
Did you know about this?
I heard about it. I don't know what happened that prevents – who screwed up? Was there someone that did something that aired something that they shouldn't have? Or
Well,
something?
I did once, but
why can't you air a press conference?
because they want
They want everyone watching their stuff.
yes.
Okay.
And
But without the media's questions, they don't have it.
They put that rule in 2 days before they fired Callahan.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
But here's what was great was I couldn't run the Brinker and Borgonzi press conference the day after they fired Callahan. I couldn't run that live because I had accidentally run the Callahan press conference at Vegas live and I didn't know the rule. And I actually reached out to the Titans and told them, hey, I ran it. I didn't know the rule. My bad. And they were like, yeah, actually, they were going to say something to you. So it was all fine. But the next day was the Brinker Borgonzi press conference at like 9:00. And I decided, fuck it. I'm like, I can't run it. So everyone's going to watch it on the Titan streams.
Yeah.
And I just told everybody, just come right here when it's over.
Yeah.
And just went live right after.
Let's see what they said. Let me pull up some of the quotes here.
Nothing. They didn't say shit. You know, when you're trying to add players to the team, you want to add guys that really can bring value to the team. You want to bring guys in here that can, make a difference, guys that can be a part of the culture. And we feel like, we really were able to take advantage of that. Here you go. Quote, he's the prototype linebacker in this defense, long, fast, and violent. Okay. That's breaking news.
First thing on my algorithm. You ready?
Okay.
Yeah.
4-year-old Mike Vrabel, you are the father.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. 19 people have sent that to me.
I know. It's just funny. And the reaction on AI. Oh, man. Isn't it crazy what AI can do? It looks like the...
There's all sorts of information and intel that you might take into account. That's really what you do.
Oh, God.
He ain't say shit.
You are the father.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. 19. I'm actually shocked.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah. So, we got to add people to the team. They're going to make a difference. We got a press conference. Here's what I've learned about press conferences. Press conferences don't matter until teams start to lose.
Yep, because the blame deflection begins.
Yes. When you're drafting somebody, it's always the best guy on our board, always somebody that we've really been keeping an eye on. We've heard great things from the coaches. We're the same every time. When you start to lose,
Yeah, yep.
that's when Cam Ward says, we ass.
Yep.
Is when you lose. Jerry.
Did someone show up to your draft party with that shirt?
Oh, yes. They wore a we ass shirt.
That's funny.
Kinda
So I was talking with someone. I was curious who do you call if you're a team and you want to make a trade with the Dallas Cowboys? Who are you talking to?
Okay, so I actually know the answer to this from 20 years ago.
Okay.
If you want to trade with the Cowboys,
Yep.
Floyd says you call Steven.
Yep.
If the Cowboys wanted to trade with you, Jerry calls you.
Yes, but so here's why. It's very chaotic to trade with Dallas in the draft because there is a chain of command. When you get the call, they have to get Jerry's approval of it. And I'm like, are they not always sitting beside each other? And apparently they're not. Like sometimes
Jerry and Steven?
Yeah, like sometimes Jerry's not in the room when they're not going to be on the clock for 20 picks, but a team calls a trade. So you got to go and find Jerry and then confirm the trade. And then you've got you're biting your fingernails because you want to try to make a move before your time runs out.
Does Steven not have the authority to say, okay, go ahead and do it?
No, it has to go. It goes through Jerry. Jerry's the final say. Then you get back on the phone and you call the other GM up.
So I've asked all my Dallas Cowboy friends this.
Yeah.
And about 90% of them have all said the same thing. I said, if you got a notification on your phone right now that said, breaking news from Adam Schefter, Jerry Jones has passed away at the age of 88 years old. How, as a Cowboy fan, would you feel?
Yeah.
Almost 95% of my Cowboy fan friends say, well, it wouldn't matter because Steven's a dumbass too. That's what they all say.
And then who's the player personnel guy there?
Will McClay. He's good.
Yeah. So that he's part of the chain of command you have to call.
Well, he's the smartest guy in the room.
Well, they're
I would
getting
hire him to be the general manager of the Titans.
I'm saying like they're getting his opinion on it. Then you get Jerry's sign off on it. But you have 8 minutes.
Well, teams reach out for Will McClay because Jerry will never give up the chief football executive role.
Yeah.
So every time they call for Will McClay, Jerry just gives him a raise. My guess is that when Jerry dies, Steven will become the president and Will McClay will be the general manager.
Yeah. I mean, he kind of already is.
Will McClay?
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, when it comes to spending money on Micah Parsons, that's not Will McClay's call.
Sure. Yeah. But it'll be Steven's call.
Ricky says, this draft is boring. I need y'all ranking the TV sports personalities in town. Feel like this town is lacking personality on television. Was it you or was it Chad? I can't remember.
Where are the best personalities on television across the country? Like, are we doing news? What are we doing?
No. I don't know. I said to Withrow, I think it was Withrow. I don't think it was you. I said, I would love one day to just say like, hey, I'm out of the radio game here in town.
Yeah.
So let's rank the radio shows across the two stations. Who would you say has the best radio show in town?
And I'm not judging this based on.
No. It's just you're saying like, okay, that's the best one. This is not hard for me.
Hang on. It's not hard for you at all?
Nope.
Who are you going with? Is it morning or afternoon?
Well, I'm going with Robbie and Joe.
Okay.
So I would go them $1
Okay. So here's what I think. I need Robbie and Joe in the studio together more.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Is that just you watching it and you don't like seeing it, or is it
No,
you feel
it's
like
just
they're
like-
disjointed?
I feel like it's again. I think it just makes it less personal. It's more of a. It's not Q&A. It's just like your take, my take, and you're playing a game of ping pong.
Sure.
Here, you and I can just have a shoot the shit, and that's to me that's more conversational. I don't want someone talking at me. I want to talk with someone, right? And I think on the digital space, it's more talking at that person. They do a good job. I'm not trying to say that they don't handle it well. I just I can tell if they're conversing in person or if they're not.
As opposed to if they're, yeah. So the way I guess I would view this is I would say that one time I was in Lexington, Kentucky, and I did a show from the ESPN station there, and Floyd was back home at the studio.
Okay.
And this was 2018, 2019, so we've been together for a couple of years, and I felt like it was almost seamless just listening to it.
Yeah.
And that was when I felt like, okay, we have really great chemistry. Jeff Schwartz and I will do shows together on SiriusXM,
Yeah.
and I feel like we have that kind of chemistry. But it's hard to find via Zoom or via, whatever. It's very difficult to find that.
Yeah. And again, talking over people because there is a slight delay with it.
Yes.
Dolphins
took Chris Bell. He's a good player. He's hurt, though. He's got a torn ACL.
You think J-Rob said we'll bet on the injured player?
J-Rob likes the injured players.
Man, I assume he's doing great, as far as being back in ball. He missed it.
Do you think J-Rob has a big say in that front office?
He's the experienced guy. So you got a first-time head coach and a first-time general manager. So, yes. I would say so. I would just no different than the former GMs in the front office of the Titans.
Huh.
That Borgonzi was with or still has.
Josh said it would be funny if Hutton said Jake.
Dude, Jake, how old do you think Jake looks when you see he's very
Jake? I think he's 26.
I think he looks like he's 16.
Really?
Yeah.
I like Jake.
I've never met him, but yeah. Man, my favorite show ever was the Wake Up Zone with Mark, Kevin, and Frank.
Man, that takes me back to when I was a freshman in high school.
That was my favorite because Mark would come in with a stack of papers, all of his notes. Frank would come in and, you could act like you're just hanging out at a bar with Frank. And then Kevin was a great point guard. But they had the daily callers like Hermeto Henry and
hey, that's my guy right there, Deion
Branch.
That's a good man right there. I don't even know what Deion's saying, but what's funny is Chris Bell just went, and Deion is the wide receivers coach at Louisville, and so he's coaching Chris Bell. So Chris Bell goes, and now Deion's up here. I don't even know what Deion's saying, but I do wonder if Deion's like, hey, that was my guy right there.
Yeah, what?
Deion's got two sons, Deontay and DeAndre.
Wow. I would love to know what he's talking about with the crowd. He said, I read the lips patience is all I saw. Or thank you. Yeah.
I wonder if he said,
and he said thank you after, not there, but like right there.
Thank you, Pittsburgh. Yeah, we appreciate you guys too.
What?
I'm here to announce the greatest.
What was that about?
95th pick in the 2000
well, they always boo the Patriots.
NFL draft.
I appreciate you guys' patience.
Eli Raradon.
I would have really liked it if Deion Branch was like, and Mike Vrabel did not have sexual relations with that woman.
This is laughable.
Vrabel. Do you think he's going to rehab? Where do you think he's going?
No, man. Like I think I don't know what kind of counseling it is, but
Do you think it could be a sex rehab?
No, because they're saying it's counseling.
Well, you can say counseling and it's be rehab.
Well, counseling can be a 1 hour Zoom session per day. It's got to start tomorrow, though. But like, here's the thing, man.
And it can't wait one more day.
If you're checking into rehab, you check in last week. You don't check in on Saturday of the draft. Like they announced this 4 days ago. Like if it's that dire.
Well, day 1 and 2 of the draft are important. Day 3 to Vrabel apparently is not.
But 8 of their 11 picks are there. But it's the draft. Like you mentioned the schedule. Like to me, if he's going to rehab, he's going to rehab that day.
Right.
It's like
they found him on the bathroom floor with cocaine in his nose, so now he's going to rehab.
Yeah, so but like
today.
It's also like this was not PI. This was not a private investigator. Yes, it was.
I think it was. I don't buy the TMZ story.
Yeah, because if it were some random person, this is a Sedona private resort where you're not allowed to have photos at the pool. And Mike Vrabel's the most famous person someone's ever seen there. Like Brad Pitt hasn't been there with some woman. Then
right.
I've never seen photos from this resort.
Supposedly this Ambiante is a Jennings Dunker, who a lot of Titan fans want. He goes off the board to the Steelers at 96, but you don't even have a 4th round pick. So what are you bitching about? But supposedly this Ambiante is very big for Hollywood people because it's so close to LA, taking their mistresses out there.
Okay.
That's why they're like no phones.
Right. But I'm saying, like, if someone were cleaning if they were at the resort next door, like that beautiful sunset, the first couple to ever make out on the roof was not Mike Vrabel Diner.
Right.
So you would recognize someone and sell a photo that's better than that. That's more famous than that. That's why it's got to be PI. Right?
Someone said the Wake Up Zone rocked. I used to tune into 104.5 all day and never change it. No more.
I love the Wake Up Zone, man.
Do you feel any attachment to 104.5 anymore, given how different it is now than it was back in your day?
Man, it's way different, man. Brad Willis is not there anymore.
Hell, even Mike Keith's not there anymore.
Mike Keith's not there. Yeah.
Well, here's what I tell people
I don't.
3HL.
But hang on. With 104.5 The Zone, I have no ill will towards them, but I don't know. I feel like the new Titans radio contract or something. It's not as. It's too.
You would think that the Titans pay them and not that they pay the Titans.
Yeah, but that wasn't the case. Like that, it wasn't always that vibe.
Right. No, I mean, back in the day, you guys used to rip
I'm
them.
not shouting tighten up on Midday 180.
No. No. Clay, when he was on 3HL?
Yeah, he's talking about Brett Favre's penis pics. Seeing how many times he could say the word.
Clay Travis on 3HL is the best radio, I think, in the history of national radio.
It's tremendous. But it was just funny because of like what people would call and be offended about then is now like, you can hear GD on a commercial now for
yeah.
it's just crazy how things change on that.
One person says, I'm guessing Jared is not a big fan of celebrity birthdays. And then Ricky says, celebrity birthdays is a damn good segment. Ricky's Chase's friend.
Okay.
So that's why he's defending.
Oh, is that Merritt?
Ricky Merritt, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Ricky's out here defending celebrity birthdays.
Ricky, what's up, brother?
Ricky, we love you, man. Person said, is there going to be any good linemen left? The answer to that is no. You don't pick again until the 5th round. You're not going to find a starter in the 5th round. It's going to be Austin Schlottman at center and Cordell Volson at right guard.
Bill Callahan will fix it.
Maybe they'll get Zeitler back. And if not, Bill Callahan.
How many picks are left on this night?
Is that Robert Saleh tried to pull that shit a couple weeks ago at the owners' meetings. He was like, well, Carmen Brasillo is one of the best line coaches in the league, so we feel very confident. I'm like, motherfucker, don't tell us that.
Oh.
Don't be telling us that. No. Not after Bill Callahan.
Let's see.
One person said, I was really making an observation. If you don't like celebrity birthdays, texter, then you need to stand by it or you need to defend it. There's really something I want to say that I can't say, but I'm just going to let it go. Slay is there. Slay wasn't there when you were there, was he? I don't think so.
Slay is there. What? No, Slay. I saw Slay last night. Yeah, Slay was a guest on our show at the time.
Okay.
We had the sleigh ride deal. And then Ramon also, Chad got Ramon on the show as a guest. What?
I think
Slay
this guy's talking shit. Love hearing Slay talk football.
I don't know.
I think he's talking shit.
Ron Slay is cool with me, man. I like that guy.
He hates me.
I know that story. He is a genuinely good dude, man. Like, I just like authentic people. He's not fake.
I give him that.
He's not fake.
I'll give him that. The thing I always tell people is this.
And Ramon's just a genuinely nice guy too.
I do not hate people who hate me. Right. If somebody hates me, I don't just hate them unless I have a reason to hate them. I have no reason to hate Ron Slay. Ron Slay hates me, which is fine. I mean, but I think it's a little ridiculous, but I don't have a problem with Ron Slay.
So whenever I was at the Zone, I thought the game should call out the Zone all the time publicly and stir it up, because then you get people like, to get the
to like make them fight back.
Yeah. Plus, we would have loved to talk shit.
Well, what I really would have loved if you guys were doing Midday 180 and then me and Floyd were on after you guys.
Yeah.
Because then it would have been a whole lot of Karski said this today and Floyd would have said shit like, I don't know what he's talking about. And it would have been great.
It would have been, man.
It would have been great. What does Jared think of the Hill pick as a Texas fan who's watched a lot of Anthony Hill? He's going to be great in Solid's defense. That's what my buddy who's our Texas insider who went to Texas, he said. One people said, stop sleeping on Slater. He played 18 snaps last year.
I'm reading through to see what.
Owsley asked, do they end up finding a trade partner for Levis? Maybe tomorrow.
A 7th round pick for him. I mean,
yeah.
Someone said, get something for him, yes.
Someone said, did the Still Billy lose his voice from ripping tonight's pick? I mean, I didn't like it, but I lost my voice from talking too much about Vrabel and Diana.
Man, I can't find any of the quotes. It must have been that boring.
It's always boring.
Wow. So Ty Simpson has not heard from Matthew Stafford yet.
Stafford needs to stop being a bitch about
But
that.
he has heard from Kelly, Stafford's wife.
I was actually going to make a joke like, oh, but was he heard from Kelly?
Kelly has actually texted me on Instagram and welcomed me and told me to hit her up if I need anything. But I can't wait to talk with Matthew. I'm super ecstatic because I just want to pick his brain.
So Kelly Stafford slid into Ty Simpson's DMs.
Yep.
Do you know what that reminds me of?
What?
In Varsity Blues, when the quarterback breaks his leg,
Yeah.
and then she gets the ride with James Vanderbeek. May he rest in peace.
Yeah.
She gets the ride with James Vanderbeek. She starts changing in the car, and she goes, "Things are different. You're the starting quarterback now."
Where is Stetson Bennett? I know
He's
he's
the
there.
backup.
I know, but like,
Well, I mean, he's not going to play over Ty Simpson. They just took Ty Simpson 13th overall.
I know. Let me see what people are saying.
Ricky says, "You know what's not boring? Celebrity birthdays. Celebrity birthdays sucks." I remember Caroline. Oh my God, this is the thing that I said I shouldn't say because I shouldn't drag Caroline into this, but I talk some shit, so whatever.
Yeah.
Caroline used to lose her shit when they started doing that because it would lead into their show.
Yeah.
And oh my God, she would lose her shit.
Okay, here's your update on Jeremiah McCoy. So Adam Sparks is saying that he ran well, he feels good, looked great at the Tennessee Pro Day, but he's falling. NFL teams fear he may need a second surgery on his knee.
That'll do it. And if J-Rob and the Dolphins aren't interested, then you know.
Bingo. Let's see if there's further details on that because he said he never felt right. And he said it was just a decision to not come back and play. Here we go. This is Schefter. It's a medical concern. Will Anderson had a concern of a degenerative knee injury, the meniscus. It's a similar situation here. Obviously, McCoy did not play because of the ACL. That is not what this is about. The ACL is fine. This is about teams wondering if there are going to be long-term issues on his knee. So it's just like deteriorating. I don't
So
want
he
that
has
corner.
call Rand Carthon. Legarius Sneed had that.
You're right.
So I don't know why this popped into my head, but one of my fucking favorite moments.
Yeah.
I was walking around. I went on this big walking kick at one point in time. And so, the station's out there in the middle of nowhere in Antioch. And I went to this Kroger and I was just walking up and down this Kroger before the show started. Just like
I love that.
walking.
You're going to the K. Roger for a workout.
And it wasn't, I was just walking and listening to talk radio, and I was listening to Boston radio, and this was the day after. Do you remember 2018? The Patriots came to town, and the Titans just put a foot up their ass.
Yep.
Brady and
Yep.
Mariota and Corey Davis went insane.
Yeah, and then lost to them in the playoffs, right?
No, they lost to him in the playoffs the year before. This was Vrabel's first year. This was the year that
this
Blake
was like
Gabbert
week
had to
11 or
play.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So they just beat the shit out of the Patriots.
Yep.
So then the Patriots, Rick says there's no fucking way you walked all the way to Kroger. I didn't say that. I drove from the station to Kroger
He's a
and
mall
walked
walker at
around
Kroger.
in
He's a
Kroger.
mall walker.
So,
Do people still do that?
oh, for sure.
I've been in the mall in a long time.
So what's crazy is I was listening to Boston radio, just hearing what the reaction was after the Titans.
Yep.
And I think it was WEI played it. They were like, so we wanted to see what they were saying in Nashville because, you beat the defending Super Bowl champion Patriots. And what are they saying? And they played a cut. The first cut was Greg Pogue being like, and tonight we have Vanderbilt women's basketball on. And then they played it. They were like, so we Googled Nashville sports radio. Here's what we came up with. And it was a clip of Greg Poe going, and tonight we have Vanderbilt women's basketball on. And then they played another cut where Willie was on the road with the Predators. And the Predators were playing like the LA Kings or Anaheim or whatever. And Vandy played a basketball game out there. And so Willie was on the phone telling Darren about the basketball game. And they were laughing so hard. And they were like, Vandy women's basketball. We don't even talk about men's basketball.
I mean, we bet in this day and age, the Vols can be having a decent season. And, the Titans are dominating conversation every single day.
Yeah.
Like a 3-win team back-to-back years.
So that's the digital element of this, I think, which is Vols fans just know to go to Vol stuff.
That's fair.
And Lindsay said that at the record label they did a focus group, like with young people at Belmont.
Yeah.
They did a focus group, and Lindsay was like, none of them listened to the
But
radio.
I think there was always like a balance that we would try to have. We genuinely tried to go with the top story of the weekend, not just come in and talk Titans football on Monday.
Oh, I
know you had Titans Monday.
Yeah.
But if the Vols were, top 5 in the nation and they just beat Bama in 2022, we weren't on the air here then, but I'm saying like we would lead with that story.
So that actually happened on a bye week. So the Titans were on a bye when Tennessee beat Alabama, which was great.
Point is though, like if it's a massive game and the Titans are playing the Jaguars and being, I don't know. At some point, you got to go with the better team. And
I love watching the big fat guys cry when they get drafted. The big fat guys, they're just like 300-pound killing machines, and they're just crying tears of joy.
How many Ohio State players have been drafted so far?
Oh, I think like 11.
I mean,
even the white tight
record's
end.
14, right?
Is that the record?
By Georgia. I think so. I mean, we have 4 rounds to go.
I love Ricky said there's no fucking way you walked all the way to the Kroger from the station, Jared. No. Trust me, I did not. I'm not sure I'd want to walk that. Not walk that far. I'm just not sure I'd want to walk that. You get killed on Murfreesboro Road because it's like there's no sidewalk there. So it's just cars just going 80 miles an hour.
Our headline is The Crier right now.
Hey, that's my guy right there. Hut, thanks for stopping by, man. Good show. Thanks for everybody in the chat.
Thanks for the invite, man. Great time. I enjoyed it.
Here in the Stillman Company Studios. Hey, like and subscribe. I'm not doing anything more the rest of the weekend. I'm doing an interview in Boston tomorrow. That's it. I got to go rest my voice. Everybody enjoy tomorrow in the draft. And you want to say tighten up?
No.
Okay, good.